Hello, imps. I'm still dealing with my cough, but it's not as bad anymore. So, if it's not going away, like, in a couple of days, I might have to, like, really go to the doctor. Oh, hello, mods. Hello, Samuel and Brain. Also, the regulars. Let's go. My regular chatters. I've missed you guys. I missed everyone. Hello. Welcome, welcome. It's Samuel and the Brain. It's Samuel. Their Twilight campaign is easy to explain. I love your voice. Thank you. Also, hello to the first time chatters. You found me. Oh no. Now you're gonna have to listen to me yap about Israel and Iran. Oh my god. Also, Crimson Aura. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Let's go. This will make my night better, I think. Thank you, Solarius. I'm doing horribly. I'm on a stream with something to help. Okay. I hope that you can get it sorted out soon. But let's go, everybody. I'm pretty I'm still like reeling into my new healthy lifestyle. It's kind of hard to balance, you know, having a regular schedule and like really trying to sleep decent hours to like fitting in with like the content creator life. It's kind of hard, you know. So for the longest time I've been a content creator. I kind of let myself like I think I let myself like fall into bad habits that I used to not have when I was not a content creator. So I'm trying to reclaim my old lifestyle pre VTubing, because I think that there's a lot of things that happened. There were a lot of things that happened to me when I became an internet, you know, an internet anime girl. Singing on the internet, an internet anime girl singing on the internet. Because you know, that I had like a really bad first year because of the abuse that I had to deal with from my old manager. And we all know that it doesn't like it was really traumatizing. So it takes a while for the body to like, you know, for the body to feel safe that, you know, I'm not on fight or flight mode anymore. Because even after like I stopped working with my old manager, who stole my revenue by the way, yeah, I didn't know I was getting paid on Spotify. He pocketed everything in the first year. So, but luckily in 2022, I gained all of the masters, the rights to all of my work. So that's when I started like, you know, thriving really. But still, like at the time, he was still around the VTubing scene. So I was always trying to like not cross paths with him. As he was working with like, you know, like people from a lot of big corpos, and I'm like, damn, okay, I need to stay the fuck away. But but luckily, because of his own doing, he was forced to like leave this space completely. So he's gone now. So he was gone, like really gone in summer of 2023. So that's like really when I started to like I reconnected with Zephy, you know. I started a lot of like, I don't know, like it was just the beginning of something better, you know. It really didn't take it took me 2 years. So I had like elevated cortisol for like 2 years. I was always on a fight or flight mode, and that can't be good for my adrenal glands, you know. So, obviously, I gained a couple of weight because of that, because of the stress. Like your lifestyle doesn't really your exercise regimen and your diet does not fucking matter if your cortisol levels are always on like skyrocketing, you know, like on sky high. So I had to fix that, and now I'm starting to really get into the groove of it. Like I've been really committing to it since after my subathon last May, so like the second week of May up until now. Like I haven't lost a streak of like workouts, and even when I had like the worst fits of cuffs, I had my worst cuffing fit on certain days, like I still managed to walk, you know, like walk like 8 to 10k steps a day. So that was pretty cool. And I still logged my food because like this, I need a routine. Okay, so obviously like a lot of people with issues on certain things should not do this. You know, like you should talk with a professional if you have like OCD or you have like previous records of like eating disorders and stuff like that. But for me, I know I used to live a healthy lifestyle, so I know what I needed to do. That I needed a structure to be able to like sustain my lifestyle, you know? So because of that, I have to sacrifice like my time streaming and like doing content really, because I need this for myself, you know? I can't be, in order for me to be able to like do both sustainably, I need to actually be at a really good like healthy place. So mentally I already am. So what needed to follow through is my physical health, obviously. So now that I'm learning how to manage my stress, I'm learning how to cope better. Because last year was also really bad for me because of, you know, the G side, and knowing that I have a friend in Gaza that's always on the run, and his family, like it's just a lot of things. Like I don't think any human could have prepared for the scale of violence that we witnessed since the beginning of, you know, the G side, right? So yeah. Hey there, Mana, and hey to everyone else. Happy to catch your stream for the first time. Thank you so much, Tilmar. Welcome, first time chatter. 元気ですか？あんまり元気じゃないけど、なんとかなるでしょう。まあ。Wish we weren't living in interesting. Yeah, it's not like interesting is putting it in an interesting way, but like describing it in a creative way. But like we live in a we're on the verge of a world war. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what else kind of other euphemism we can use in describing the shit that we are in. It's terrifying to think about. I hope they're doing as best as I know. I mean, yeah, like that's the only thing that they can do now, isn't there? Like there's nothing much that they can do but try to run a safety. But there is no safe place in Gaza, so you know. JP only stream when no. I don't think that's a interesting stream anyway. It's good to see you once again though. Thank you. We'll always live in interesting times is not the end of history. Yeah. We live in a time of barbarism, unfortunately. Yeah, we do. Charitable folks are the Gazans' lifelines, yeah. That is true. Like as much as like I think that, you know, as an individual I can't do much systemically, I know for a fact that, like the donations that I'm sending is actually helping like a family survive because of the fucking inflation. Like there's like a fuck, I don't know how much, like my friend told me like a fucking one cucumber, like a fucking thin cucumber is worth like, or like a fucking one potato is worth like $20. Like, bro, what the fuck? And like, what was that? Like 3 kilograms of flour is like $900. I'm like, what the fuck? So I really so I'm sorry, Ims, to tell you this, but the money that I earned from my subathon, like the one that we that I ask everyone to, like, oh yeah, let's fund my karaoke, my karaoke stream, like my laptop, like it was supposed to be for my laptop so that I can do more karaoke streams and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I mean, fortunately in this case, like, because I don't regret doing it. But all the money that we earned from the streams from the last subathon, I donated it to my friend and his family so that they could celebrate Eid with, like, some dignity. So to me, I always think that money will always come as long as I don't stop making content, or I don't stop, like, I don't fall from the face of the earth. I always know that money will always come. So, like, I mean, I'm optimistic that way, but like, it's within the bounds of, of data, previous data. I'm like, okay, it's I just need to save up a little bit more, but like, it can always be replaced. But, like, giving assistance to a family in need in Gaza is like my priority, like, it's, we can always save up for, like a new laptop sometime soon, but like at the time, like, my friend's family really needed some financial assistance so that they can actually have some semblance of a normal life, like celebrate Eid at the very least, and mind you, I'm not even religious, but to me it's important, like that one is really an important cultural practice. So and also, the fact that they could get together as a community to celebrate their cultural slash religious practice is it would give them hope, so anything that would give the Gazans hope is something that I would want to do, so I'm always gonna be doing my regular donations, and it's not the last time. Until like actual aid is flowing through them, like they can actually sustain life, by themselves. I think barbarism would be preferable. It's a time of hate, it feels like. Yeah. Wish all scalpers and kulaks a very Dante-esque punishment. Yes, yeah. It's really horrible. I've never even considered that aspect. Gaza is just a kill zone at this point. It's just sad. I'm glad you're trying to help in some. I know, right? Like, it's really devastating to always have to, it's always at the back of my mind. It's always this anxiety. Like, even now, like, I don't know how to cope with it. Like, there's no way that none of us are prepared to, like, oh, you're gonna have in the future, we're gonna have this breathing exercise because, in the future you're gonna have a friend who's gonna be in a kill zone and his family, and it's every day they're gonna be on the run. Like, how the fuck do you know what? Why are we living like this? Like, why is this even allowed in the first place? How did we get to this point? Like, no human could have ever prepared for that kind of psychological trauma, let alone like, and that's just how I feel. I'm safe, you know, I'm physically safe. But imagine how the Gazans feel, right? Like, what the fuck? I can't even imagine it. I can't imagine the life that they're living. Although I see it like with the updates on the internet, so I still could not like fathom how it's like to be living like that, you know? Comrades help yeah, exactly. That's, I tried to do the best that I could, to the best of my abilities within my reach, you know? I know that like I have the capacity to be able to extend help. So I do. I live in Russia. My childhood friend used to study in chemical war academics and burn out Ukrainians on war by artillery. I used to participate in funerals of soldiers because my provincial town is basically had bunch of army institution in it, and my school friends used to serve there and in Ukraine and die. Yeah, so yeah, dystopia and this people war told about how uprise is not in interest of people. Yeah, I'm really sorry about what you have gone through. That's really traumatic. I hope you're getting help for that. It may sound cheesy, but I hope your best weapon. But hope is our best weapon right now. Yeah, I mean, it's not cheesy. We really need hope, you know? Hi, Boss Mana and fellow Ims just made it from home. From work now. I'm able to talk. Hello, Adorn. Thanks for joining the stream, and I hope you had a good day at work. Hope you can relax, and you can join the Yap session. You have to show kindness to others. Yeah, the world we were promised died. We build a new world with our own labor. Yeah, that's true. I'm subscribed to you on Extra, and I saw that you're subscribed to Polyphia. Since I recently started listening to them, I'd like to hear your opinion about this group and also read. Oh, okay. Polyphia is really great, though. I like them. I mean, what can I say? Then other than the obvious, they're pretty. They're a fucking great band. Why? Because of the U.S. Because the U.S. is a bloodthirsty genocidal state. Yeah, halting progress and preventing history from happening. Yeah, that is true. I agree. And Israel is the United States outpost in the Middle East. So yeah. I'm going to sleep on. I love you and Chad. Have a nice day. Goodbye, dudes. Okay. Bye, blood demon blood. Good night. Holy shit, you're live. Yes. Hello, Zetsu. I am live. Finally, after like what? I think my last stream was like 18 days ago or like 11. I'm not sure how many days ago was that. But I haven't been streaming a lot in June because I really need to, Imps, I need to fucking lock in. I need to fucking lock in because physical health is just as important as mental health, you know? So I'm fixing that. I'm really like trying my best to sleep earlier. That's why we're streaming in the morning now. It's fucking 9:45 a.m. in my time zone, so I don't have to like sleep late. Back then when I was like doing my streams, right? When I was like trying to get partnered on Twitch, I will never understand war and greed. I've always been lucky to have grown up and be raised in a privileged upbringing, but the sheer level of hate and suffering other people will inflict to make an extra buck is exactly. Yeah, I'm a sheltered human as well. So the thought of like having to like exploit others to the point of like committing a genocide, you know, that exterminating an entire group of people in the name of profit and upholding white supremacy is just not. I can't. It's beyond my comprehension. Best solution would be throw all the politicians that wanna continue this war and throw them in a boxing ring. Well, you know, we have to overthrow them, and yeah. You know the rest. Always remember revolutionary optimism. I understand. Yeah, I really do. Like I get that objectively, but sometimes, you know, when you're in the in the heat of the moment, and you feel like, my God, this fucking planet needs to burn. Burn it! Burn everything with it! Except for, the nice people. But yeah. But like, you guys know what I mean? It's exhausting. I hate it. I hate it so much. What the fuck? My best help is Das Kapital, Lenin, and my comrades. Yeah, that is true. I do find comfort in reading the revolutionaries. So their words give me strength, but sometimes, there are some moments of weakness, and one cannot help but, also break down and cry and into a fetal position because of the state of the world. You know what I mean? We aren't all like that, but damn it, it's so disappointing how many people want that. Exactly. No, it's not. I'm pretty sure a lot of the people in the U.S. would want some change to happen. It's just the government, But the thing is, what the people in the U.S. are not understanding is that they have the power to get rid of the government that they currently have. So, And I don't mean that by voting, because the electoral politics is garbage. You guys understand what I mean, right? By like affecting actual change. I'm not a liberal and I don't do reform, so you know what I mean. Sorry to say this, but so much bad shit happened to and from work to. Oh my God, really? I hope that you're recovering well. Damn. It's okay, Adorn. You can relax now, hopefully, and just try to forget whatever happened at work. The U.S. government is what I'm referring to. The American people are not a monolith, yes, but the U.S. government has had the same moneyed interest for hundreds of years. That's exactly how it was founded, Through the genocide of the native population and building America through the backs of black people, the slaves. It's Saturday night. I am locking into my PLP boy cosplay and a beer. Pip boy cosplay? What is a Pip boy cosplay? Angry Bird. It makes me sick to see how our politicians are so accepting of blatant and open corruption. Hartman, thank you so much for the cheer bits. Just to say, just to say hello and love you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's not even a genocide at this point. Yeah, it is. I don't even know, like it's more than a Holocaust too. Like it's just, my God. The level of devastation and torture and bloodshed, I can't. I don't know how to describe it. There's no word for it yet. Because the greed and bloodshed go hand in hand, and history tells us this. So, like the French, we can always overthrow the government, even the U.S. coming from an American. But yeah. I say throw them in Tito's cockpit. Yeah, defenestrate them. I have suggestions on what to throw them in, but I'd probably get in trouble for yeah, let's not discuss it. Let's maybe say hypothetically in Minecraft, so we don't get the ban hammer. Wait, revolution? I'm in Canada. Let's go to Parliament. Honestly, seeing people somehow survive literally hell on earth is simultaneously both horrifying and demoralizing, but also inspiring, considering they still maintain their kindness despite being subjected to the worst conditions on the Yes, yeah, I cannot, like, oh my God, like, my friend and his family do not have hatred in their hearts. Like, they're being subjected on the most brutal fucking condition you could ever put a human being in. Like, in recorded history, imps. And still, they just want to live. Like, they don't hate, the people that are doing this to them. Despite what those people, they always lie though. Like, the people who are committing these atrocities against them, they want us to die. But no, they're projecting. You want the Palestinians to die. That's why you are doing this. The Palestinians don't think like that. You're the ones who want fucking murder, bitch. Shut up. Like, I'm so fucking sick of them. I'm so fucking sick of their lies, their bad hasbaras, I'm so fucking sick of looking at them and seeing them getting away with everything. Like, how is this? Why is this? What kind of dimension am I in? Like, what the fuck is this shit, man? They just broke every fucking international law in existence. Like, nah, bro. I can't deal with this shit. Same, I'm hating this world too. Yeah. Oh, they're getting burnt too. They just bend over and say harder, Cheeto Daddy. Yeah. We need to call Luigi. Yeah, well, I hope Luigi, gets exonerated. I'm trying to do what I can to unfuck things. Yeah. Same. Like, at the very least, I start with myself. I need to unfuck my life so I can help other people better and more efficiently. Because if my life is also fucked, like, I can't be a role model, I can't be, like, out here saying, oh, yeah, y'all should go out and do this shit. No, I need to start with myself, I need to fix my shit. I need to, start with my own issues. So, and yeah, I need to get healthier. I need to get to a physical health that I want, that I know would sustain me to be able to do these things for others, You're talking by violence. Another war to prevent other wars sounds familiar. Yeah. You need more organized Luigis. Revolutionary violence is for me is justified violence, by the way. So what the resistance fighters are doing in Gaza is justified. They are entitled to it by international law, right? Occupied people have every right to arm resistance. That's in the Geneva Clause, like in the Geneva Convention, right? So the resistance fighters in Gaza are only doing what they're internationally required to do by, they are entitled to fight for their lives, okay? Anyone who says otherwise, like, oh, they're the T word, fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck you, and I don't give a fuck about your opinion. Cuz that is your opinion. That is not an actual fact, okay? That is your fucking opinion. Yo, Sneaky, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's been a while, Sneaky. How you doing? I caught a stream. Okay. Also, a Bussy Baka. Hello. I still can't get over your name. You're a Bussy. You're a Bussy Baka. Sounds like I step into an intense convo. Hello, yeah. Hello, Abysmal. Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, I'm pouring a little bit of my heart out because, yeah, it's been a while and I need to catch up with y'all's and just feeling, although physically I'm getting better, I'm still like, I still, we live in such turbulent times that nobody really like it's abnormal to be like super happy, you know? Like it's not a normal thing to be like just sunshine and rainbows when we're on the verge of World War III. Like what the fuck is wrong with you, you know? Anyway, thank you for Sneaky, thank you for resubscribing, and Crimson R, thank you for the 10 cheered bits. And also Uncheesy Bread, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you for the hype train, guys. I'm still learning how to Twitch. So hopefully when I get all of my shit together, I will improve my interactions on Twitch. Like I will give you guys like more things to interact with when it comes to like what do you call this, like redeems and stuff. I'm still lost. I am still lost with the redeems and all the other fucking things that the streamer needs to do on stream, you know, because I honestly just want to yap. Okay, I want to yap and I want you guys to participate in the yapping, and I feel like somehow that's like the bare minimum of it, but hopefully I'll get better. I'm trying to learn, but it's slow. Okay, I'm not good with technology. So I look like I'm a tech savvy. No. I didn't even know what a GPU is until like I had my new PC last year, you know. Angry Shark, let's go. You have at least 2 hearts. I'm convinced. Thank you. Hey, just say hello and love you. Okay. Pip Boy or Vault Boy is a mascot of the Fallout games. Ah, okay. I didn't know that. I don't know anything about that game. Already built an anti-material rifle from Fallout New Vegas. Okay. Most are too dumb to understand how fragile the USA government is. Once again, American by the way. There is not enough CIA to stalk me. Yeah. Like annihilation or extermination, yeah. What about classicide? Extinction of the middle class? There never was a middle class, though. It's either you are a working class or you're a bourgeoisie, you know? There is the middle class myth, you know? Let's not get caught up in that because there is no such thing. I'm not saying I've never wanted to hurt someone else, but it's never been because of a difference in religion or skin color or where we're from. It's because they're fuckhead. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's not because they are. That, you know, they're like, oh, you're doing this because we're this religion. No, it's not because you're a JEW. No, it's not because of that. It's because you're a fucking psychopath, bitch. You're a fucking psychopath. You know that? You understand that? Fuck you. Anyway, I can't really help myself. I always have like I cannot. I do not have patience for them, for the fucking the Zios, okay? I don't have fucking patience to deal with them. I don't argue with them. I just call them, you know, fucking lunatics. If you aren't looking at the Zionists the same way you look at Nazis, you're irredeemable. At this point, we should punch Zios. Yeah, yes, yeah. I think at this point, it should be... That should be like the bare minimum way of looking at things, you know? Canada, oh god, I'm from there and we have such a fucking high horse that we aren't Americans. We're no different. Yeah, the fucking Canadian government is still committing G-side towards the native population as well. So let's not make no mistake. Canada is like doing the same exact thing. It's still the imperial core. It's still part of the imperial core. I'd move to the US if I didn't have to uproot everything. Not gonna lie. Nah, why would you want that? Oh my god. No, no fucking way. We have a beautiful country, and what we're supposed to stand for is amazing. Unfortunately, reality doesn't live up to the dream. Expect maple syrup and fireball. Taps a sign. Every Israeli accusation is a confession. Exactly. In Minecraft, people take on army guns, storages in division, media centers, roads and railroads, squares, fabrics, and establish hierarchy in three pelts, where in one higher rank, there are three lower ranks. Did you see the NYC anti-ICE protest? There was a crazy amount. Yeah, I saw that. We're a shadow of what we once were. Yeah. The No Kings protests were the largest protests in American history. Yeah. And people were mad that Amy Lee from Evanescence was in the No Kings protest, and they were like, oh, they're irrelevant. What do you mean irrelevant? Evanescence? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Their song stood the test of time. So, bitch, fuck you. Shut the fuck up. Do not do this to Amy. And also, like, they're a fucking rock band. Like, these people, like most people in extreme music, you know, like have extreme politics too. But sometimes, you know, it's either you're a leftist or, yeah, you're a fucking Nazi. Because, you know, NSBM fucking hell. I just heard a friend of a friend crying about not being able to live in poverty. There had damn well better be hell to pay after all this is over, preferably before the gerontocracy dies off. Gerontocracy. Force them to watch their world crumble and then send them straight to hell. Damn. I feel that in my bones, mana. I've been working on my mental health and it's so draining on me. Yeah, I know, right? Get that gorilla fighter bot. Yeah, I'm trying to get fucking shredded, imps. Like, I know that it will take me a couple more months more, but I will get there, you know. I will I'm locked in now. I'm committed now. I can't back out because I'm also now working with a sports dietitian. So, they will be working with me because I know that I need a dietitian because I have PCOS. So I have a hormonal imbalance. So I need someone who's actually qualified to like do my diet plan for me. And also, they will also do my workout, like my workout program, because they're a sports dietitian. They're a trainer and a dietitian. So they've been training athletes like on an Olympic level. So I'm like, I trust them. I trust that he would do his job, you know. So I think not only like Olympians, but also like CrossFit, like competitive CrossFitters, and what else? Bodybuilders and MMA fighters. So that guy has a lot of experience. So I'm betting my life. I'm betting my body on this guy's expertise. So whatever he does, I will just do. So I'm really good at complying though. So cause now I had like a month and a half of like just self discipline, like establishing like, you know, I need to sleep at this hour, wake up at 6 a.m. and then do my workouts 9 o'clock to like eat my breakfast. 9 o'clock by 8 o'clock I do my workout and then get my steps in and then go to work and then sleep early, you know, and then follow my macros. I've been hitting my macros consistently though. I've been eating like a shit ton of protein. So That's fun. It's good because I don't feel like I'm starving, because like protein is pretty satiating. So I adjust the amounts of carbohydrates and like fats that I'm taking depending on training days. So on training days, my carbs are a little bit higher and my fats are lower. But on my rest days, I increase the fat a little bit and then like lower the carbs, like maybe 20 grams or 30 grams lower. So that's like my actual macros. And I'm proud of myself that I'm slowly regaining my old life back. Like I really miss being fucking shredded, okay? Like I was, before VTubing, I was hella fit, like really fit, you know, like I like being able to deadlift 90 kilograms fit, okay? Like I could lift like twice my body weight, okay? So that was like really great, and it gave me a lot of endorphins, and I don't know, it's just really good to be so strong and look good, you know. So the looking good part is the bonus, you know. My aim, my goal was to be able to like lift my own fucking washing machine. So I did. I fucking did. So that was cool. Do not move to the US unless you're white and don't have JD Vance memes. Exactly. Even if you're like a US citizen, if you're not white, you're probably gonna get deported, you know? Yeah, hardcore has its roots in rad. Exactly, Project Psycho. I was a hardcore girl. I was in a hardcore band since my teenage years, okay? I grew up in the hardcore scene. That's why I've never been a fucking right winger ever in my life, okay? Here's my daily hope. All NSBMs follow their leader. I know. Mana gorilla fighter. Yeah, I will be a gorilla. Gorilla onna. Gorilla onna. I will be a gorilla woman. I want to be. I want to be a big back, you know? I know that has a different meaning, but when someone says big back, like, why do you not want a big back, bitch? Big back will give you strength to deadlift fucking 100 kilograms. So, you know, I'm white. I don't know who that is. I like V8s, beer and freedom. The last one is what Canada is lacking. JD Vance is the Vice President of the United States. Hail, I love your music covers. Your voice is absolutely incredible. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Lynx. Thank you for joining the chat. Welcome, welcome. The only freedom the US the only freedom in the US is the freedom of abstract capital. Yeah. Which is fucking jack shit. I saw a giant JD Vance moving slowly through the Nile River. And this one AI meme on Insta walking slowly toward the camera. It was so creepy. Nah, I don't watch those fucking AI shit. It's just, I don't know, brain rot. From my understanding, Canada and the US are fairly similar in their freedom, quote unquote. If you don't like what's up there, you ain't gonna like what's down there. Although we're doing our damnness to erode freedoms. Yeah. Freedom for whom? Certainly not for ordinary people. You can protect against police violence or against genocide. Exactly. Without getting slandered or black back. Yeah, exactly. The freedom to pick misery, freedom to slave away for the the freedom to starve, bitch, the freedom to become homeless, the freedom to get bankrupt from an emergency, a health emergency rather, starvation, homelessness, or working away in some pisanja. Exactly. The patriotic urge to shut down freedom outside my window while blasting eagle sounds and throwing fireworks into my neighbor's yard 1 week before July 4th. Toronto police told people to leave their car keys by their front door so thieves don't harm them. What? A guy recently fired a warning shot for guys trying to steal his Lambo. He's under more charges than the thieves, and at least one of the thieves was already out on bail. Okay. Not bad doing all the exercises at 1004. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want to be able to deadlift 90 kilograms again, imps. We're proud of you too, Manas. Shredded women are awesome. Thank you. I'm not there yet. I'm pretty sure I'm still like 3 months away, but like I'm trying to get there. Pretty sure that happened in another city, but you get my point. Finally, another Mana stream. Hello, Regita Rose. Regita. Vegeta. Keep it and you'll be able to deadlift me and Zetter. I don't think I can lift 90 kilograms. I'm a 6'2" guy who works with my hands. Mad respect. Yeah, I'm 4'11". So it really comes down to body composition. So is that a new yes, it's a new rig. So yeah, I can do more things now. I can actually walk, Imps. Hold on. Wanna see me walking? You see me rolling. They hating. See? I can walk. Hold on. Why is my... I'm doing the walk. Speaking of which, I should start doing my walk now. Hold on. And also, I wanna talk about the the recent escalation, in the Middle East. So, does any one of you have a video that we can like watch together to like that's covering the events so far? Can anybody help me out there? Should normalize being big belly over big back. Alternative seen as bunch of leftists and they had taste of good things. Yeah. Use this to remind yourself to hydrate, Mana, in chat. Thank you, Pony Bro. Just woke up and first thing I do is watch Mana stream. Hello, let's go. If you can go outside, you should walk with me. Walk with me in hell. Just kidding. For real though, my neighbors always set off fireworks before the date. I'm like, why? Yo, sis Mana on the live. Hello, Perrabotka. Perrabotka, rather. And also, hi, Jemmy. Wait, who? Oh, wait, this username's not. Okay, that's Jemmy. To become part of the humanizing machine, they give you exactly such amount of resources that you need for barely surviving and be part of it. You should do a lifting stream and put us all to shame. When I get to my optimal like goal, I will. Mana small but mean, like Goblin but more left leaning. Yeah. 4'11" but full of angry. I am. 4'11" Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, taller than bro. Shortest president of the Philippines. Wait, how? What? Oh, okay, a president. Wait, you mean she's taller than me? I mean, a lot of people are taller than me, so I'm not surprised, I'd be surprised if she's smaller than me. She also had the longest presidency of 9 years. For real? I got one by first thought. Oh, yeah, okay, let's go. Okay, hold on. First thought did something, huh? Okay. I want to see that. Is it how World War III could start? She also had the okay. Waiting for new originals of yours. I'm actually writing like a power violence one right now. I want that. I think I'm gonna release it first because it's only 1 minute. 1 minute 30 seconds at tops. But it's about like it's a lot of things. Like it's a really angry song. Got one by First Thought about World War III. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that. It's too damn hot to walk outside. Yeah, walk with me in hell, yeah. Oh damn, I can finally catch a Mana stream. Awesome. I'm exactly 1 foot taller than Mana. Yo, let's go! You're like what? You're 5'11"? Gloria Macapagal Arroyo is 5'1". Oh, okay. Yeah, damn, she's taller than me. Peace out. Gonna go read some theory. Bye, Project Psycho. Enjoy theory. What are you reading? Tell us so chat can maybe get a reference. Yes, 2001 to 2004 because the president got impeached, and 2004 to 2010 because she got elected. Her presidential opposition was a fucking TV star celebrity. What? But wait, no. Is it Manny Pacquiao like a senator? So like, it's that a typical thing, right? I heard that it's a typical thing for the Philippine politics to have celebrities in it. But I mean, it's not that too far-fetched from like American politics either. Okay, so I'm walking now. Laughs in 6'2". Why are you motherfuckers so tall, huh? Why are you so tall? Hold on. Let me move my walking pad. What the hell? It's too close. Okay. Hold on. A TV star celebrity ran for president doesn't sound that odd. Yeah. I mean, Ronald Reagan was a celebrity, yeah? Oh, there's a breakthrough news thing on activists forcing Maersk? Forcing Maersk? One of the largest shipping companies divesting from Israel. Oh! Our president got that impeached from 1998 to 2001 was a fucking TV star. What the fuck? World War III realistically couldn't start from Iran, Israel, but it's disgusting how many Americans don't give a shit unless it affects them through World War III fear mongering. Yeah. I get to pretend I'm 6 feet since it's only 1 inch difference. Okay, let's go. Do you lie on your profile? Currently reading Anarchism in the Black Revolution. Oh. The concept of world war is kind of misleading anyways. The world has been in constant anti-communist warfare since the Great Patriotic War. That is true, I agree. Already walked enough steps at work unless I would get paid. I mean, yes, you don't need to do that. So now I just need, because it's my day off. I don't get enough steps when I'm not at work. But when I'm at work, I don't really I don't need to walk on my walking pad because I already get like 10K steps a day at work because I commute, right? So I walk to the station, ride the train, and then just walk all day. I'm just on my feet. I just walk, imps. It's a normal thing here in Japan to just walk everywhere. So I get like easily get 10K steps a day without even like thinking about it. And then, but when I'm at home, you know, I don't have that. I have to move my ass, you know. I have to twerk for that to happen. So I'm walking now. I try to get also at least like 10K steps a day on my days off. So it's one of my non-negotiables that I've been trying to meet. So I've been really locking in. So I'm really happy about that. 8K to 10K steps a day. And also my trainer / dietitian is requiring me to like at least get 8K to 10K steps a day, and I'm like, that's easy to do for my low impact steady state cardio, you know. So if I don't get 10K steps a day, either I do like dedicated walking of like 150 minutes a week, which is not that hard to do. So on top of like strength training, because like I want to get like at least maintain my strength, or if not stronger, while losing some fat, you know. こんばんは、ふたくちさん。お元気ですか? Good to finally catch you on stream. I love your covers. Megitsune and Unravel are my favorites. Thank you, Syndicate. 元気ですよ. Yeah, it's so typical for celebrities to run for politics here. I hate here. I hate it here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's so unfortunate. Holy fuck. I live in a walkable city. Yeah. That's good. Then you should walk, you know? I let my beard grow. I just tell people my hair migrated like birds. Okay. Are you yeah, I live in Japan. I'm half Japanese. Looking at it, Breakthrough News has at least 5 videos from the last week talking about various things to do with Iran. I'm fine with walking, but I bike everywhere as much as possible. I also have a bike, so I don't have a car. So either if I do my recordings, I usually use my bike so that I can put my equipment on the basket. As well as Chinese Eastern Front was underrated historically in casualties. It was as severe as the West East USSR. Okay. I mean, of course, you know. Nobody gives a shit about Asia. Like in the East, you know, the West is the only thing that matters, as far as history is concerned. Do you walk on a treadmill? Yeah, right now I'm on a walking pad. What could be a really good game show ideas? That could be okay, yeah. Sometimes I fantasize about the idea of calling world wars white tribal wars, the same way media talks about Africa. Yeah, right? The ideal mono strength is for you to fireman carry Shoto Chris when he escapes the basement. That is true. I will practice that. I'm so damn jealous of you multilingual people. I wish I had paid attention more high school Spanish. You can still learn, you know, like we have neuroplasticity as humans. You can still rewire your brain for language, you know. But you need some dedicated time for that. Me walking every day is the only reason I'm not obese right now, with how unhealthy I eat. And how I never work out apart from walking. Walking is good. Do not undermine walking. You are already doing most people do not do. So don't underestimate yourself. Walking is good. It's really good. So imps, you should walk. We should all walk, you know? Walking is great, okay? Like, I cannot, like, people who are like, oh, walking does not count. Yes, it fucking does. It's a movement. It's a type of movement, bitch. Our ancestors, our hunter-gatherer ancestors literally walked all day looking for food. What do you mean? They were not going to the gym, bitch. They were looking for food by walking. Walking or sprinting, I don't know. Sprinting from like a fucking animal. From a predator. I didn't know what walking pads were. What the fuck? Yes! There are like mini treadmills, you know? Like they're space savers. Like I live in a tiny apartment, so I can't like buy a full ass treadmill. So walking pads are great. Samuel, I implore you to buy one. Buy it and then just get your steps in, you know? You can do it while like, I don't know, like listening to a podcast, or even I usually put on like When I want to catch up on an anime series, I just put it on and then walk. I watch, and yesterday, you know what I did, Imps? Last night, while I was getting my steps in, I was watching Legally Blonde. It's a perfect day. Nothing comes in my way. I was watching Legally Blonde, Imps. Cause I was like feeling like I need some I need some pick me up, you know? I know, right? Legally Blonde is so underrated, yeah. I do love reading, mostly fiction though. That's good. Reading is great. Like it's like don't undermine the things that you're doing that most people are not even doing, you know? Make walking great again. It's already great. It has never been not great. It's awesome. Walking is amazing. I can't do running, but I can oddly do sprinting. Yeah, you just walk, you know? If you have problems with your joints, it's a low impact exercise. Walking is a form of exercise, so don't let other people tell you otherwise. It's a form of movement, and moving is much better than not moving at all, than being sedentary, you know? So, yeah. I walk all day, I work, can't run worth a damn though. More torque than horsepower. Yeah, that's fine. And that's fine. Just walk. If walking is more enjoyable to you, or swimming or whatever, like the key to like being consistently active is to just do the things that make you happy, you know? Do the things that you know, doesn't feel like pulling teeth. If going to the gym isn't your thing, fucking walk or like do body weight exercises at home, you know? It's still some form of resistance training. But, you know, if your goal is to get fucking shredded, however, that's a different story. You need to really go to the gym and, you know, like lift some goddamn weights, because those muscles are not going to grow by itself. So you need like more stimulation for your muscle fibers, so. But if that's not your goal, you know what? You can just walk and still be healthy, you know? Or do body weight exercises. That's really like you don't need a gym to stay healthy and fit. Like I just have a different goal. I just want to be able to like I have gorilla aspirations, okay? So that's my dream. Don't take me away from my gorilla aspirations. So I want to do that. I want to be a gorilla woman. So that's what I'm doing right now. Some old guy called Steve Kaufman, I forgot his last name, has a lot of videos on how to learn a language mainly through reading. Ooh. Watching Fist of the North Star, and I walk while I imitate all of Kenshiro's movements. So I learned Hokuto Kishinken. Yeah. Why the fuck not? I may look that up. Spanish would be useful for me. Yeah, do it. Took me 2 years to get from beginner to N2 Japanese. You can do it. Yo, let's go. That's awesome, Yusin. I haven't watched Legally Blonde in years. I learned Japanese because of my family, so I never really learned Japanese like in formal writing, like informal education. But I only learned it through speaking with family. So my Japanese is kind of ass, you know, because that's like most half Japanese kids are. We have a really different life. We're too foreign for like actual Japanese society to be accepted, fully integrated. But also we're too Japanese in you know our other half. We don't belong anywhere. So that's just how it is. I mean, I've made peace with it. And I actually like it better because I'm not seen as like a fully Japanese person. So like they kind of give me like a benefit more. I have more like grace because I'm not really and she grew up in there, blah blah. She didn't grow up in Japan. It's fine. Like, we understand. But, you know, if you're a Japanese who grew up in Japan, you know, however, you're gonna get ostracized with your every movement. So I'm glad I could escape from that, you know. If you see me running, you should probably run the same direction. Yeah, I will run in the opposite direction. I will wait for the fireball. I lose weight by doing chores and getting sick. Already lost 5 kilos. Oh my God, Zed, that's not a good way to lose weight. By the way, by getting sick. But at least you're doing your chores. You know. Also, welcome, Zed. I haven't seen you in a while. I do push-ups and planks and walk. That's all about. I feel like yes, and that's good. That's good enough. Okay, like that's really good. Any movement is better than nothing. If you need a gym, thank you. You don't need a gym. Thank you, Mana, for the validation to me. Just yeah, of course. Walking is great. Keep walking, Jemmy. Like if you want to, however, if you want to like maybe like get to where you want to like lose a little bit more, if that's what you want, you could increase the steps, you know? To like instead of like walking 8K, you can do 10K or you can do 12K, but in increments, you know? So let your body get used to the movements like incrementally. You can't do it overnight, of course. Don't do it overnight because it's going to exhaust you. Build endurance to be able to do it and then do it, you know? By the time that you reach your goal, you're already like, oh yeah, I'm doing it already. Yo, let's go, you know? Sometimes I walk while listening to DPRK music and I can't help but marching sometimes. Yeah, do it. Do that. Do it. My mental image of Mana at this point is a very small woman with huge biceps and ready to throw a motherfucker through a window. And for some reason, some badass tattoo. I do have tattoos. Oh no, how did you know? Oh no. Oh no. Man, I really should try learning Japanese again. Do it! I still need to practice my Mandarin. Do it! I mean, you guys have a lot of interests, and I really believe that you could pursue it. Like, just keep it consistently, and you will be able to like make improvements in your own pace, of course. She's really our petite badass. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying my best, imps. Like, I'm really doing my best. Because I want to fucking get shredded. Like, that's my goal right now. I want to get shredded and be strong. I do have some tattoos. And my biceps are shaping up decently. It's not where I want it to be, but I will get there. 一つ、二つ、三つ、四つ. What? So Mana, you can't explain how to count in Japanese. No. Like I just remember it because like I was taught that this is the way. Like I don't know the reason why, I just do it, you know? Like you know when you learn Japanese because you mimic your parents? That's just how it is, you know? Like you mimic the people around you. That's just how I learned it. You know, like when you're a child, like that's literally how language works, right? But I don't know the grammatical like explanation, like why do you have to do this? You know? Why does it change? Why certain verbs have to be conjugated in a certain way? No, I don't know how to explain that. I just know. But I don't know why I know. You know what I mean? I don't understand. I don't know. Ask a teacher. I'm not a teacher. There are like, yeah, like that. I know that a lot of people would get thrown off with the counting, the how Japanese people count things, right? I guess like hitotsu, futatsu, it's like more like in general things. Like things in general, but like if you really want to get down to it, like for example, a sheet of paper, it should like one sheet is like a sheet of paper is ichimai, mai. And then like for books or magazines it's satsu. And For I guess for appliances, it's like, or furniture, it's like dai. Like ichidai, nidai, and stuff like that. But there's a lot. Like I know there's a lot. Oh my god, I can't remember off the top of my head, but when I see it, I will remember. You know. Ichi, ni, tres, cuatro, cinque, something. Watch Japanese immersion with Asami would help a lot with any background. That sucks, but I'm glad you made peace with it. Yeah. I mean, what can I do? I can't choose the parents that I'm born with. Like they decided to get married and have children and they had us, you know? Do I hear that Japan is I do hear that Japan is very xenophobic. Yeah, and mostly in the countryside, it's like a little bit more, you know, kind of like that. But in bigger cities, people are quite used to like seeing foreigners. It's like and kind of just don't care, you know. But definitely there's a different treatment thing. Like it's an unwritten kind of thing that you see. Like they're not even doing it consciously, you know. Like for example, like even if you speak Japanese and they see that you're a foreigner, they would just like kind of like not comprehend your Japanese, even though you're like you nearly have no accent or whatsoever. But if you look foreign, they kind of their brains would just shut down and they're like, oh yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. Like it's wild sometimes. There are some people like that, but not everyone, of course. Like it's one of those things, you know, that happens sometimes. But yeah, I mean, I can blend in because I look Asian, you know. Luckily, I can still like, you know, if I want to blend in really. Yeah, I've never had problems with it. But I think a couple of years ago, I've seen some people like getting confronted by the immigration police and then just randomly asking foreigners for like identification to like see if you're actually here as a tourist or if you're here like, you know, if you have like legal documents that could, you know, if you're not overstaying or whatever. But yeah. Like everywhere else, you know. That sucks, but I'm yeah. Well, if I'm counting what if I'm counting cows? I think cows is like hiki, like ippiki, nihiki. Like these are like animals. There's different counting for animals. I'm always curious how languages evolve these strange little quirks. This is the important one. How do I count dead Nazis? Wait, okay, I need to look that up. I don't know, but that number should be the highest possible number at all times. Yeah, that's I agree. I agree with that though. For animals and bugs and stuff. Oh yeah, that's true. I struggle with retention for a language. Like, I can tell you the torque specs of an engine I worked on 10 years ago. I hate my brain. That's fine, you know? Don't hate your brain. Treasure it. Your brain is your treasure. You know, don't do that to yourself. It's okay. Some of us are just better at doing a certain thing. I can't fucking do that. I don't even know what that means. What is a fucking torque, bro? You know, I don't know that, you know? So you're good at something that I'm not, you know? That's just how it works. That's how humans are, you know? The main topics of the day: height, movements, Japanese language. Yeah, we're getting closer to the Iran one. I'm still trying to like link the first thought video. Hold on. Let me just get that in. I be walking. Let me see. Wait. I need to go to the dumpster scene. I need to go to the dumpster scene. Okay. I need to... Wait a minute. I need to link the YouTube one. Where the YouTube? Oh, wait. Okay. What is going on? Hold on. Let me see. This one. You guys hear it? Yeah, let me just adjust that one. Okay. I think we can start. Anyways, I'm gonna eat breakfast. See ya. Bye. Take a walk after your breakfast. It's really good. So you can it can help with your digestion. Hey, L Volcare from Twitter here. I finally managed to catch a stream. Hello, Volcare. Welcome to the stream. I learned very intimately what torque can do to a hand. Oh. My brain doesn't even comprehend English when I can speak it. We're already eating from the trash can all the time. I'll pull out the 3 times and nod my head like I understand. The English equivalent, I guess, would be names for groups of animals just being random, like pride of lions and a murder of crows. Ah, yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. Wait, Mana, I'm curious now. Did you learn English or Japanese first, or did you... I learned both at the same time. I mean, that's inevitable in a freaking bilingual or multilingual household. Like, it's just a mess. I'm a mess. That's why every language I speak is a mess. That's just something that we have to deal with. Have a wonderful morning. It's morning. It's good to be back. Thank you for the timeout. Uncle Samuel. Okay. I have a metal plate in my hand, so yes, it was. Sadly, I gotta learn how to take care of a vehicle. All these trades are useful to know. It's okay, Mana. English is just a mess of a language anyways. That's true. Oh my god. Metal plate? Oh my god. Dude. I hope that... Wait, do you have to take it out? Or is it gonna be in there forever? I'm glad you didn't lose your hand. So do you think a mix of languages or one of the other? I've always been curious about that. Yeah, I do. Like, sometimes there are ideas in Japanese that it's hard to, like, explain in English, and also vice versa. So my brain just shuts down. My brain defaults to the language that finds it most convenient. And at work, we speak both. So my coworkers and I just speak a mix of both. So that was years ago. Doing fine, sore sometimes, but c'est la vie. Okay. I'm glad that you're like living with your new condition. Permanent plate, and it's not so bad. Okay, good to know. Amount of things in Japanglish, and it's not great. At least there's that, bud. I've been working in trade for 18 years, and knock on wood, have never had a serious injury. That's good. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're keeping your body integrity, I guess. Till Mary is more, it's just more metal than us. Exactly, because you literally have metal inside you. My spouse's parents are getting separated after they were outed for mutually having affairs and double life kids. World War III anxiety is a genuine escape for us at this point. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. What? What the fuck? Hell no. What the hell? I bet Mana speaks Zimbabwean as much as she speaks Brazilian. I'm I'm sorry about your family. What the hell? Damn, that's a lot. Shit. I hope that your spouse is holding up well. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's not. Like they're not, but like damn. I don't know what to say, but I hope that your family will sort it out and you can move on without any like I know that it's a life-changing event, but I hope that both of them could separate amicably, I guess. Brazil mentioned. Okay. Hello and holies for all. Hello, Gayasito. But yeah, like all my sympathies to your family. My God, that's something else. They're pretty upset since they always told them that they were away from home all the time to make money for the family, and it was all actually because they were sleeping with millionaires. Oh, what? Nah. Okay, what the fuck? I should have been killed a few times. I definitely got lucky. I was under a trailer at work for 2 years ago and it rolled over the wheel chocks. If I didn't notice, I would have crushed. Oh my fucking God, Lord. Angry Bird, please take care. Oh my God. My mood. My roommate is aggressive and I'm staying with my folks who are anti-communists with Nazi sympathetic family. What the fuck? All the while losing a good friend. I know exactly how you feel. I'm so sorry, Solarius. What the hell? That's a lot to take in. I hate what the profit motive does to people. Exactly. It's just fucked up. I think it's all the problems that we have today is basically because of the profit motive. So, yeah. All the hugs to you and your partner. Yeah. All our support to you. You can chill with us at least, you know. Your foot will grow back. It's fine. Shut up, Angry Bird. What the hell? I touched an exposed ground pin on an appliance that was half plugged in once. That was oh my Crimson, what the fuck? No, why would you do that? Like, don't touch random things from the ground. Let's be sad together, comrade. Yeah, like, you know, sometimes people don't need advice, okay? People just need a lending ear, and if you want a lending ear, we're here for you. You know, like the imps and I are gonna be here for you. Your fellow imps and I will be just, you know, a listening ear. So if you need a distraction from all the fucked up shit that's happening around, like, I mean, I'm not gonna be a good distraction though, because we're gonna be talking about real life shit. But like, you know, we can at least articulate our misery better and hopefully like come up with coping mechanisms. Right? So we're in this together, you know, so you don't feel alone. That's it. You need community. Everyone needs community. Me after stubbing my toe on the foot on the bed. Fuck you, profit motive. As an electrician, the neutral or a live ground is the worst one to touch. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that shit. What the hell? Come on down to Tennessee and I'll make you a drink. Let's go. Oh, you live in the red state. You live in the Bible Belt. Oh no. I've done something similar. Only gave me a mild case of the shakes. Oh. I think I'm fine. House safety's tripped right away. Okay, that's good. I wish you all kindness, support, and motivation. I wish you all kindness. Yeah, this. I love you guys. Is the best chat of all streamers ever. Thank you, Pereira Vodka. I really enjoy this chat. Yeah, you guys are so wholesome, and sometimes you have one brain cell, but you know, like that's another story for a different day. But all you guys, I know that you care for each other, and I really genuinely believe that. And I can see it, you know, I can see it in my Discord server that you guys really always check in on each other, and I really appreciate that. That you're making the community a community, you know. It's I can't make a community by myself, the fuck. So you guys made it how it is, you know. Like you made mana community, you know, the mana chord community, like an actual community. Always be very careful with shocks, especially if you have any form of heart yeah, holy shit. I haven't even thought about that. Holy fuck. Also, brain cell decompression channel in mana server if you pass the vibe check. I mean, vetting system there. Yeah, you can definitely vent there. Sometimes feel lucky that my mom is of the opinion that the wrong side won the Finnish Civil War in 1918 because so many other Finns have very racist takes on Russians. Like my dad. Oh, damn. Okay, you're a Finn. Okay. Damn. One brain cell shared amongst the exactly. Yes, I do. Let me tell you. I think I didn't do anything that came, but don't plan on reliving that experience again. Yeah. I didn't know Finnish against Russian was a racial thing. Always interesting to learn. Can't stand Finns who are proud of fighting on the wrong side of World War II. Yeah. Yo, walk outside and you're already feeling sweaty. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's summer, so I mean, that's the thing. We did have a nice thunderstorm up here a couple of hours ago. Still having some rain. Okay. Welcome to Eastern Europe, where the buried class consciousness with insane nationalist drivel. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Also, Ames, hold on. I need to get some water. Hold on. Let me hydrate. I'll be back. I need to get my electrolytes. I live in an urban area, so our power is all underground. Yay. I literally told you to hydrate like 20 minutes ago. Sorry! I was caught up in catching up. I was caught up in catching up with you guys, so. Nationalism based around class is better than race. Doesn't matter what you look. Doesn't matter that you look different to me. We are workers and we should take pride in that, like how the Soviets did. Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, a lot of like civil rights activists like Paul Robeson felt welcomed. You know, felt like he belonged in the Soviet Union. Like he was treated with dignity and respect that he has never had in the United States, you know? So, that says a lot about the society that they lived in. Mana is hydrating. I'm dehydrating. Hey, you hydrate too. And the people who cite medieval history to justify modern nationalist conflicts are profoundly unserious. Nobody actually is emotionally invested in stuff from the 1200s. They're just trying to make current grievance seem more. Yeah, exactly. Especially also if it's like, oh, my this land was promised to me 3,000 years ago. By whom, bitch? Satan? The fuck? One of my friends got severely burned by an arc flash because a foreman ignored safety. Yeah, that shit sucks. I hope your friend is doing well. I think recently they put some power underground because that wild storm that took a lot of power recently cost them to work for 4 days. God damn. Marxism and the national question. Exactly. Electricity is angry and does not like to be trapped in our hubris thinking we can control it. Привет, you're early today. Long time no see. Was busy for the last 2 months but finally defended this Wednesday and graduated. I am now I'm a scientist. Sadly, there are way more bad news than this good one. One of the most worrying I've sent you in BK not long ago. Oh yeah, I will. Sorry, comrade. I've been away taking care of my health. I've been trying to get fit. So in order for me to do that, I have to like really reduce my content creation stuff and lock in, because it's hard to get to a schedule when you also have to stream late. So now I flipped my schedule completely so that I don't have to stream at night, so I can actually sleep early. So now we're here. And I'm glad. Congratulations on graduating. No, let's go. I have a scientist imp. Let's go. I'm not proud to be American. I didn't choose to where I was born. I'm proud of what people in my country can represent. Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing to think about. Okay, so okay, now that I'm here, I'm hydrated and I'm still walking. Let's watch First Thought, okay? So let's see how this video goes. You guys hear it? Hold on, let me see. And let me turn off my BGM. All right.
A matter of when, not if. But why will it ignite? And who holds the match? Western alliances, built on colonial partitions and Cold War brinkmanship, now entangle 32 NATO states while they try to militarize the Pacific via AUKUS. Forward bases and cyber grids are designed as shields, but double as sparks. The very systems meant to prevent conflict now form a lattice of tripwires. Their security architecture stretches around the world, making every crisis a stress test while we wait for something to snap. In this video, we'll explore 3 possible flashpoints that could lead to World War III.
Ah, god damn it.
But before we do, it's OPSEC time. Let me show you something real quick. Google your name. Odds are some of your personal information comes up, right? If I search my name, it's just my public social media accounts. Want to know why? Because I use Aura free when you use our link. During those 2 weeks, you'll see exactly where your data is being leaked and who's doing it. Give it a try. I promise you'll appreciate the peace of mind. Now, back to the show. To see how we got here, we're going to run through a timeline which starts in the 15th century. We'll start way back in 1494. The Treaty of Tordesillas between Spain and...
Ah, shit. What the fuck?
You'll see exactly where your data is being
Sorry,
leaked.
imps.
And back to the show. Starts in the 15th century.
Okay.
We'll start way back in 1494. The Treaty of Tordesillas between Spain and Portugal was the first agreement between European nations to divide the non-European world to legitimize later colonial conquest.
Fuck that shit,
this
man.
This serves as the genesis of Western European exceptionalism as foreign policy.
Nasty.
1602. The Dutch control
The
over
beginning
half
of the end.
all European shipping tonnage. Their first company, VOC, also became...
What?
Back in 1494. The Treaty of Tordesillas between Spain and Portugal was the first agreement between European nations to divide the non-European world to legitimize later colonial conquests. This treaty serves as the genesis of Western European exceptionalism as foreign policy. 1602. The Dutch control over half of all European
I wish I would have, like, yeah, I mean, Mana D program crossover when? I hope.
shipping
Maybe
companies.
one day.
Their first company, VOC, also becomes one of the first multinational corporations. Capitalism is born and spreads throughout Europe. 1689. The nascent bourgeoisie flex their political muscle. They establish parliamentary supremacy and create a Bill of Rights which enshrine the consent of the governed, due process, and free speech. With monarchs and nobles weakened, bourgeois political power becomes entrenched. 1776. Capitalism still lacks a theory. Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations changes that. Smith introduces the concept of self-regulating markets driven by individual interest, division of labor, and minimal state interference. 1884. European powers meet in Berlin to carve up Africa. The Congo Ocean Railway sends resources directly to markets, feeding industrial and military growth. The West begins to work together to control the world and the extraction and sale of raw materials. 1944. Western powers institutionalize global finance. They create the UN, where the power dynamics of 1944 were encoded in the Security Council and are still at work today. The West, especially the US, cements their hegemony. 1949. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, is created as a permanent anti-communist military alliance, explicitly linking American foreign policy
Big
with
L.
European territory. Europe becomes almost entirely dependent on the US for defense under Article 5.
Capitalism is born. Boo! Long story short, the Federation is highly Nazis now. They basically strip citizens of most of their rights, and the saddest things, those idiots are fine with that. They also cut out our access to the world. A few weeks ago, they banned many VPNs and blocked bypasses. We only recovered access to Discord and YouTube not too long ago. And now they're considering unblocking Twitch and Telegram, so maybe I won't be here now. I'm so sorry to hear that. What the fuck? Fuck the UN. All my homies hate the UN. Fucking hell. Russia is also notifying. Like, damn. Like, my God. Like, the... everything that your forefathers have worked for, like your Soviet grandfathers have worked for. My God. What a waste.
Of the treaty. 1955. The USSR creates an alliance known as the Warsaw Pact to counter NATO, an organization the Soviet Union rightly saw as a threat. This creates a siege mindset in Russia regarding NATO encirclement, emanating from intervention in the USSR stretching back to the Civil War period in the 1920s. 1999 through 2021. Central and Eastern European states rapidly joined NATO and the EU, reviving tensions with Russia. Regional alliances such as the Quad and AUKUS are similarly created to contain China. The West enlarges NATO and ultimately surrounds Russia while creating similar, smaller alliances against China. Now, what tools do the West and US use to hold on to power? Military bases outside
Nazifying so hard, those bastards are finally ready to get rid of Lenin. God damn it, what the fuck?
One's own territory are staging grounds and geopolitical outposts. In Djibouti, for example, the US established Camp Lemonnier in 2004, making it the only permanent American base in Africa. From there, the US can monitor the Gulf of Aden, project power in the region, and watch over key shipping lanes carrying tons of products worth many billions of dollars. But the US isn't alone. NATO countries maintain similar so-called forward operating bases across Eastern Europe and the Middle East. Their stated purpose is to serve as deterrent.
AUKUS mentioned, loved the time when they spent millions in useless submarines, yeah.
And reassurance. Then there's floating foreign policy, aircraft carriers. U.S. carrier strike groups operate as...
Yeah, the thing is, like, Solaris, tell that to the people who still think... They always think that I'm pro Putin. It's so weird. Like, they're like, oh, you're not like siding with Ukraine. You think Zelensky is you know, power hungry, shit like that. You must be pro Putin. Bitch, I don't like both, okay? Fuck off. Shut the fuck up.
As mobile bases. each one bristling with up to 70 aircraft, guided missile cruisers.
I've always maintained the position that I'm for both the working class of, I'm in solidarity with the working class of Ukraine and Russia. I don't like both governments. They're all fascists.
Destroyers and a nuclear-powered carrier. These war machines could generously be called diplomatic signals, or more realistically, be described as a major military threat. There is no
Feeling brave enough now for the last few weeks, of course, supported by the fucking church. More on the topic I wrote on VK. I know, right? The moment you don't join saying we should lynch every Russian you meet, they call you a Putin dick, right? Exactly. Like, I was called a Kremlin whore. Like, the fuck? Where's my money then? Fucking hell. Yeah, because I don't advocate for like for like ending my relationships with my with my friend, my Russian friends, And also like my Russian imps, like I'm not abandoning my fan base in Russia, the fuck? And I must be for Putin and the military invasion of Ukraine, like the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut up.
To the US. Western arms exports are often tied to deeper military partnerships and training arrangements.
To be clear, both did immense damage, but Gorbachev was mostly just a naive moron, yeah. Turns out it was the NATO butt nerds who are being paid by USAID. Yeah, and now USAID doesn't have a budget anymore. Most of the Russians I've known are decent people. Yeah. Somehow not wanting to grind up hundreds of thousands of lives means you're pro-Putler. Yeah. I get hit with the same. Yeah, right? I know, right? Love it when they do weird fusion of Soviet nostalgia with the most reactionary fascist shit. Yeah, it's just fucking disgusting. He isn't even the one responsible for most of it. He's like irrelevant, yeah. Okay, man, I'm gonna go now. I wanna have a workout session on my own while it's still before afternoon. Hope to see you more and that our VPN's bypass will be better than those brain dead Moors. Yeah, I hope so too. Bye, Mark. Have a good workout. I'm also doing my walks right now. So, right now, how many steps I'm in? I have been doing... I'm at 4K steps. Nice. I've been because I have to talk on stream, so I'm lowering the speed so I don't like run out of breath. But yeah, let's watch this so I can like speed up my walking speed. Cancel culture doesn't understand nuance. Yeah, Russian nationalists broke up with the USSR because they were crashing out over equality programs. I have no love for the Federation. Yeah? And it's just very funny to me to mock him. Get fucked, Nafoids, yeah. Serbian nationalists also ruined Yugoslavia, yeah. There's nothing they can do about it. Majority of people still love the USSR. They gotta play. Yeah. Nestor Makhno would be having a fucking fit of gargantuan proportions if he saw things today. More like the US took advantage of the cracks in the Soviet system, starting with Khrushchev's rise to power and overthrowing the USSR. Fuck corn boy, bitch. That corn boy! Not to mention that, like, the party was heavily infiltrated by CIA assets. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's always been prevented. Progress has always been prevented by the capitalists. They're like, oh, if communism is so good, like why is the Soviet Union gone now? Yeah, because of the constant infiltration, bitch. What the fuck do you mean? It was never left alone. No socialist no socialist government has ever been left alone. It's either they're actively getting dismantled or they're getting sanctioned to death. What the fuck? Cuba, DPRK, come on.
NATO countries often align on the use of interoperable
Just
platforms,
alienate China
like
for, yeah, I
fighter
know,
jets,
right?
the Javelin missiles used by Ukraine, or Patriot batteries in Poland. What
The Sino-Soviet split was the single worst move for the leftists ever. Yeah, I think so too.
we're told is that they're just beefing up defense, when really they're becoming more dependent on the US. Attacks on more traditional financial systems, electoral databases, or communications networks can originate in one hemisphere and paralyze systems in another. Cyber attacks can hit anything from infrastructure to information hubs. Western intelligence alliances like Five Eyes have adapted to include signals intelligence and real-time threat sharing. They've gone as far as embedding cyber protocols in NATO's Article 5 framework, the Collective Defense Clause. Applying economic pressure like doling out sanctions, cutting SWIFT access, freezing central bank reserves, and imposing export controls has become a normalized extension of Western foreign policy. We saw this in real time when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. More than 30 countries coordinated sanctions, asset freezes, semiconductor bans, and travel restrictions. With that background out of the way, let's take a look at our first possible World War III flashpoint, Ukraine. The Ukraine crisis has its roots in the late Cold War. During the illegal dissolution of the USSR in the early 1990s, Secretary of State James Baker assured the Russians that NATO would not move even 1 inch eastward. And yet, post-2004, the alliance added 7 countries, including former Soviet republics, followed by 2 more in 2008. This enlargement was framed as collective defense. But defense from what, exactly? Then, in 2014, Russia annexed Crimea and armed separatists in Donbass, directly challenging this geopolitical shift. The next year's Minsk II ceasefire attempted to freeze the conflict, but it collapsed under unresolved territorial claims. A full-scale invasion began on February 24, 2022, with 5-axis assaults from Crimea, Belarus, and Russia itself, backed by landings near Odessa. The conflict's spillover became stark in 2023 when a consumer-style drone misfired near Poland's Podlasie region, triggering a MiG-29 scramble and NATO to briefly consider invoking Article 5. Unfortunately, nuclear brinkmanship as deterrence is a factor here. NATO's B-61 nuclear gravity bombs, stationed across Europe under dual-key protocols, not only exemplify this, but could also lend some credence to Russia's claims of feeling threatened. Meanwhile, cyber attacks are becoming more common and destructive. For example, the 2017 NotPetya attack crippled global infrastructure and caused nearly $1 billion in losses. Energy infrastructure is a major target in this war. Sabotage of Nord Stream pipelines disrupted Europe's gas supply. And the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, designated a project of common interest, became a lifeline, rerouting gas from Greece to Italy. Price spikes at the Dutch TTF energy hub exposed a major flaw in the system, prompting the EU to rely on Baltic energy routes instead. When Russia banned gas to Baltic states, the European Stability Mechanism, or ESM, activated, offering loans meant to stabilize EU economies that, unsurprisingly, went to maintaining the security of the financial sector over public welfare. Now, how could the situation in Ukraine spiral into World War III? Let's consider the following hypothetical scenario. In early 2026, a cheap drone resembling commercial DJI models slams into the Lukoil refinery in the Russian exclave of Kaliningrad, surrounded entirely by NATO members. The blast triggers fires visible for miles, but the real damage comes later. For now, Moscow blames Ukrainian forces, citing classified intel about the drone.
Speaking about World War III, do you think Iran is developing nukes right now, as some people claimed? I mean, they should. Yeah, like what Samuel and Solaris said. They should. It's a good deterrent, you know?
Origin. Kyiv denies involvement, accusing Russia of staging a false flag. Russia holds an emergency meeting with
Why does the U.S. and Israel, like, why are why are they the only countries that are allowed to have nuclear weapons? Why can't Iran?
members of the CSTO to discuss invoking Article 4. Russia, ironically enough, claims the strike is an armed attack menacing territorial integrity and demands collective defense.
I think that's what happened because like Gaddafi gave up on the nukes. That's why Libya is what it is today, because Gaddafi gave up on the nukes. They get nukes, they get the protection DPRK has, and not to end up like Libya. Yeah? The latest bombing just proved that they should have done so earlier. Yeah. Nukes are arguably the reason World War III was prevented. But the thing is, we have some irrational players right now in the form of Israel. So they will, the Samson protocol, right? They would literally fucking destroy everything to get what they want. Even if it means, at the cost of their own people. Because they don't give a fuck. The only country that should have nukes are the ones who actively push for non-proliferation, yeah. That shouldn't have nukes, exactly, like the United States. Is she on walking treadmill or is she battling? Yo, don't joke about alcohol abuse though. That's not cool. That's not cool, bro. Don't do that. Let's not joke about addiction, That's not cool. That's really reactionary. Do you think it's true that Iran would use a nuke immediately if they got one, or do you think it's just an excuse to bomb them? No, no, I don't think Iran would nuke. You would use the nuke immediately. They would use it as a deterrent. I don't think Iran has been, between Israel and Iran has been more calm and calculated. The one that's using more rational thinking is Iran. Between Israel and Iran is using more rational thinking. Israel is not. You cannot reason with Israel. They will use fucking nukes. And they're the ones being sneaky about it too. Right? Every accusation, every Zionist accusation is a confession, I'm so sorry. I'm actually going through withdrawal symptoms right now, sadly. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, I know that you're using dark humor, but let's not let's be kinder to ourselves, let's be kinder to people who need more help. And also, I ask you to be kind to yourself, okay? I know that you're trying to see the humor out of your situation, but there's a place in time. And I'm really sorry that you're going through it, but we're here. You can hang out with us, As Michael Parenti said, the value of a nuke is a threat of it, rather than the destruction. Yeah, than the destructive power, yeah. The point to have nukes is deterrence. Nobody's crazy enough to use them except the US. Yeah, what I said earlier. Counter argument, fascism is a death cult, so I don't think they care. Yeah, if Tel Aviv gets nuked, they can nuke Tehran or something, to be honest. It's just a matter of time until a fascist unhinged enough comes to power there. Yeah. You're on a better path, but I wish you well. Yeah, we all wish you well. It's all good. I get it. I don't want to derail. It's okay. No worries. It's okay. So, you enjoying us here, you know? All right, let's go back. My God.
From its allies.
Because I've increased my speed while talking. Oh my goodness. Holy fuck. I've been walking for like an hour now, so.
And Armenia step up
Yay.
to pledge support, mobilizing forces along NATO's eastern border. Adding fuel to the fire, Poland demands invocation of NATO's Article 5 after cyber attacks traced to a GRU unit cripple Warsaw's power grid. NATO decides to invoke Article 5 on Poland's behalf, and a response force activates, deploying troops to the Suwałki Gap, while the other Baltic states close their airspace. As the cyber war escalates,
yeah,
a
I'm trying to
Russian-linked
steady
malware
breathe.
targets Sweden, causing blackouts, mimicking the 2020 GRU playbook. EU energy grids, already strained by lack of Russian gas, attempt to reroute supplies through the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, but TAP's capacity has been maxed out, and Dutch TTF energy hub prices quadruple overnight. The ESM intervenes, imposing harsh, strict conditionality loans to prevent total industrial collapse.
You need to catch your breath, man. Not take a minute to catch one. I'm good. I'm currently okay.
A Russian tanker off the coast of Istanbul.
Grab this shit by the balls and rip them off.
Ukrainian grain. Greece joins in and blocks.
Furthermore, the UN is already facing a crisis of credibility, so I don't know what more insulting would do to the pretense of international law. Exactly. Israel should be bombed but not nuked, because then the Palestinians will have to deal with the nuclear fallout after Israel is destroyed. It's true. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not nuke anywhere. Okay? Let's not even think about it. Also, that land is a stolen land. It doesn't belong to the Israelis. It belongs to the Palestinians. So let's not destroy what the Palestinians own, you know?
Exports from Sevastopol, strangling Crimea's economy. Russian naval forces stage live fire drills near Turkish and Italian waters to serve as warning shots.
Gonna make note to start using my Eunice gym more in the fall. Let's go!
Week 3, reciprocal strikes blur the line between targeted retaliation and full-scale war. Russia tests a hypersonic missile near Romania's coast, which triggers a NATO naval blockade. China, sensing a crumbling dollar, backs Russia with loans. The ESM's austerity measures spark riots in major cities across Europe. What began as a drone strike in Kaliningrad balloons into a continent-wide mobilization, eerily similar to World War I. Now let's move on to the second possible flashpoint, Taiwan. We've discussed this from a very different...
Can't pretend that international law matters when an entity who break basically every single one is supported by the entire international community, the Western world. The world is honestly going out by himself. Humanity is literally putting themselves in the trash. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't disagree with you there, first time chatter. Welcome, the metalhead bird. Let's go. Let's not be nuking anything. Let's not talk about that. We talk about nukes as a deterrence, not as a, something to destroy. Right now, he's talking about hypothetical. I wait for the day when we de-dollarize. My husband says that if the Jews were going to get any land after World War II, it should have come from Germany, since the Ashkenazim are European, and it was the Germans that killed them. Yeah, exactly. It should be Germany. Why aren't you offering that land? Why is it Palestine? What the fuck? Palestinians had nothing to do with what the Germans did, what Europe did to the Jews, okay? Let's make no mistake about that. Palestinians were not doing anything. They were all living in peace. All the three religions in Palestine have coexisted for thousands of years. Christians, Jews, right? Muslims. They were all in Palestine. They coexisted. They were perfectly just coexisting together. They were a community. And what did Israel did? What did they fucking do? Destroy everything.
Angle in more detail here. Let's start with the decade-long legal pact that laid the foundation for U.S. Army.
And Kaliningrad would have been ideal, since the Germans already evacuated the population from East Prussia in 1945. Because some insane Christofascists want to trick God into triggering the end of times, and their shitty-ass interpretation of the book of the Apocalypse says something Israel. Exactly! So the Israel that it is today is not even the Bible. The fuck?
Arms shipments. The 1979 Taiwan
That's not the
Relations Act,
biblical
or TRA.
Israel.
The act is more than an arms deal, but what you need to know for this video is that
Imagine
the US
having
has
free
sent
healthcare. I know,
$30
right?
billion worth of arms to Taiwan since 1979. But even that guarantee traces back to December 1954, when the US and the Republic of China signed a mutual defense treaty empowering joint positioning of American forces, read bases, and authorizing Eisenhower to defend the island as he deems necessary. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about the tensions in and around the Taiwan Strait, but this also goes back decades. We'll look at the second Taiwan Strait crisis that began in 1958, which saw Beijing shell Kinmen and Matsu while the US forces were distracted by events in Lebanon. Following this, there was an informal artillery duel that dragged on until US rapprochement with the PRC in 1979. Fast forward to 1996. Beijing has recalled its ambassador, fired missiles near Taiwan, and massed over 100,000 troops. This prompted the US Navy to dispatch the USS Nimitz and USS Independence to shadow the strait. Thankfully, nothing came of that incident, but it just goes to show that the tension hasn't really subsided since then. Most recently, in 2022, the PLA fired missiles over Taiwan and encircled the island with unprecedented naval deployments in response to a diplomatic visit by then Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi.
Teeth are still luxury bones here. Yeah, that
This
shit
blend of
sucks.
legal treaty, crisis
At
history-
least in Japan, teeth are part of our insurance. So although we do pay like 70-30, like 70 from the, from the government and 30% from us, but it's affordable, It's not free, but it's an affordable healthcare.
and military buildup is highly influential in shaping America's foreign policy called strategic ambiguity, a posture intended to deter supposed PRC aggression without explicitly pledging to intervene. But the wink and nod aren't exactly subtle. This seems to have changed recently. A leaked Pentagon memo reveals a disturbing focus on countering China as the exclusive threat to the U.S., with Taiwan's defense and homeland security framed as inseparable priorities. The memo goes on to say that the U.S. is willing to assume risk in all other theaters in which they're currently involved. In short, losses on those fronts are acceptable. It's 2027, and Taiwan is voting on a referendum that would formally declare independence. Beijing responds,
Fine question, but what's going to happen to the V2 world once we had World War III and we enter post-apocalypse world? Well, I don't know. Maybe it would still be around, We must protect our queen. Obviously, we form a mercenary army with Mana as our leader. No, I can't lead shit, That's similar to Canada, but if you don't have coverage through your job, your full pay out of pocket. Okay, you full pay out of pocket. I just had a tooth yanked. It would have cost me $3,000 if I had no coverage. Okay. I saw another streamer post her childbirth bill, which was still $9,000. Oh yeah, I saw that one. Even after insurance, the way she was only able to haggle it down to 4.5. The US is so cooked. Yeah. Maybe more VTubers become political and oppose the war. I hope so. I bow to no one. Our orders... I carry out orders with results. Okay. To me, I mean, imps like... to me, my rationale in my head, like, World War III is happening anyway. Why not get shredded, if it's gonna be the world is ending anyway. The world as we know it is ending anyway. Why not look good? Why not look sexy while meeting the nukes head first? I'm just kidding, imps. Like, to me, like, it's really important to be physically fit, because how else can you outrun the fash? How else can you outrun the fash? How else can you fight the fash if you're so unfit? Like, not body shaming here, not whatever shaming, whatever the fuck. But we're not liberals. We know what it takes to, like, in order for you to like really fight physically, you actually need to have training, right? Let's not mince words, okay? We really need to know, like we really need to have like agency with our own bodies, you know? So, you can fight the Fash efficiently. Mana, you're a good leader. You're literally the same height as Napoleon. Shut up, dude. Mana is like Hakim. She won't be a leader. She's more like a person who puts up the posters and distributes the pamphlets. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I don't want to be the leader. I'm from a privileged position. The leadership should be from, you know, from like one of our like, what do you call this? Experienced comrades. Preferably with indigenous background, you know. I must head to eat. Glad to be here. Come. Bye, Tiberius. Good night. Or maybe we should give Chapo Trap House VTuber models. No, why are we doing Chapo Trap House? Come on. Some women go nuts for tactical gear. Your toned muscles look good while they're being boiled off by the nuclear. Exactly. Why not look good, you know? Let's leave a good looking shadow on the wall. Exactly. Never trust a cat. Why would you never trust a cat? Yeah, that's sus. Are you a Fed? Are you a Fed? Why would you not trust a cat? I don't trust you. If you don't trust a cat, I don't trust you. Looking sexy during World War III and kicking ass. Yeah. Gonna make it look sexy. Have training though. That's good. Okay, that's good. Become one of those Bethesda environmental storytelling skeleton post-nuclear fallout by being a skeleton with really slay nails. Exactly. If you're gonna go out anyway, go out with it while slaying, you know? Know what I'm saying, imps? Oh my god. We live in such weird times, you know? I have survival training because of the cadets. Okay, that's good to know. Hello, Chris. Hello. How you doing? How's the basement? Are you eating your grass? He's a grass-fed sound engineer. Free-range grass-fed sound engineer, right? He's not in the basement all the time. He takes walks, you know? Not wanting to be the leader would make you the perfect leader. No, don't push me in there. Hell no, I don't want to fucking lead, bro. I'm Fed typing from an alt account. Yeah. Yeah, never trusting a cat is Fed posting, by the way. So, where is he now? See? He's gone. See? Called it. Told you is a Fed. Who wouldn't trust a cat, you know? He's here. Hey, oh, he's back. Okay, you still ain't changing your name, huh? I see you. Mr. Shoto, I'm a big fan. Can you sign my imaginary guitar? Signs forehead. Okay, what is this role play going on in my chat? Grass tastes amazing. I know. I provide quality premium grass. I got the nails part and someone fit body. Let's go, Adorn. Hell yeah. Adorn is ready for World War III. Let's go. Oh my god. Ames, I don't know what to do with this planet. Holy fuck. Me being ex-Canadian military, does that make me a Fed? Are you still affiliated? Fed, I trust my cat with my life. Yes. Yes, grass-fed. Cries in grass-fed. Okay, let's keep on watching this.
By declaring naval quarantine zones around Taiwan. cutting off sea lanes and raising the possibility of an outright...
Hello, Pony. We're just watching this one. The second point. The possible what do you call this? Possibility of... The second possibility of World War III. The flashpoint, rather.
A few days later, a collision at sea between the USS Fitzgerald and a PLA Luyang 3 class destroyer quickly turns into a full-on battle. In the heat of the clash, a wave of PLA drones converges on US ships.
Oh no.
Some being shot down by the Navy's Phalanx weapon system before they can strike. But those that do make it through cause enough damage to inflame the American media war machine. Alarmed by this escalation, Quad partners dispatch a rapid reaction fleet. Japan's JS Congo, Australia's HMAS Anzac, Britain's HMS Diamond, and multiple US Ticonderoga-class cruisers.
Oh
They
no.
all converge on a region surrounding Taiwan in an attempt to deter further escalation. As the warships jockey for position,
Infiltrate, deep
Taiwan's
info, I'll be a
semiconductor
spy.
heartland goes
Okay,
dark.
let's go.
The island's chip factories grind to a halt under the threat of heavy artillery bombardment and power cuts.
Oh, dude, 2027 is popping off for sure. Me out here telling the US to hold off on dropping the nukes while I get my nails done real quick. For real! I got my nails done yesterday, imps, and it's really nice.
Likely causing a severe economic crisis and a near cessation of consumer electronic shipments. These foundries sit on the narrow western plain just 130 kilometers from China's coast, clustered near beaches U.S. planners regard as likely invasion points. In a
Mr.
strange
Beast
turn
for
of
president
events,
gonna be
Russia
crazy,
invoked a
yeah.
treaty From 1920
End
to
of the
contest
world.
Norway's authority over Spitsbergen in an attempt to defend its...
Hi, Amana. Genuine question. How difficult is it being Japanese leftist having objectively based opinions like China? Not bad. Well, I just don't say it aloud, you know? Like, I just don't... Like, there are times where you gotta learn when to shut up, you know? Like, when situations are not favorable to you, you don't say shit, you know? Like, be strategic about it. Pick your battles. You don't have to say shit every single fucking time, you know? Just hold those beliefs that they're true. You don't have to argue with every single person. Sometimes it's not productive, you know? Also, June, hello. Thanks for subscribing for 7 months now. Let's go! My manager, everyone. June. June subbing is like government works paying tax. Yeah, yes, exactly that. Because, you know, him subscribing will go to him anyway. Because I pay him. Yeah, true. You don't have to say, you don't have to like, you have to be strategic about it. You know, you don't have to wear your political leaning on your sleeve every single fucking time, especially at work. Like, don't do things that would compromise your means of living, you know? Also at work, like I don't get any opportunities to like talk about politics, so I just don't. But whenever, for example, like, you know, better when it comes to like unions and stuff like that, I of course, you know, join in the discussion, but I don't outwardly say that I'm a fucking communist, because why would I do that? Even if they know, like, even if they would discover that that's my political belief. Like, they've known me for years that I've been treating them well. I'm just like, you know, I'm just a normal person to them. So like, yeah, okay, sure. You got these beliefs, but you know, this is your political leaning and I'm entitled to my opinion. That's free speech. That's literally what free speech is. What the fuck? I'm not doing anything to anyone. Or not instigating any harm to anyone. So like, what's the, you know? That's just pretty much it. June writing those subs off taxes as we speak. Exactly. It can be written off as a business expense, you know? I convert taxi drivers into communists every time I need a ride. That's gonna freeze peaches, yes. The taxi driver Vanguard, exactly.
Its coal mining operations, which immediately leads NATO and the EU to scramble new Arctic command arrangements. With conflicts erupting simultaneously in the Taiwan Strait and the Arctic, crisis management channels collapse. NATO invokes Article 5, CSTO invokes Article 4, and so begins World War III. Now let's move on to Palestine. The roots of Palestine's crisis stretch back to 1948, when over half its native population, over 700,000 people, were forcibly displaced in
in the
deliberate
Nakba.
ethnic cleansing. 531 villages razed, and entire urban neighborhoods emptied. This event is known as
My
the
God.
Nakba, or the catastrophe. The United Nations response, Resolution 194, promises refugees the right to return, but Israel refuses to adhere to the resolution, and institutions like the UNRWA were not designed to fulfill this mandate, but rather simply to manage the fallout by offering temporary assistance to over 1 million Palestinians in a glorified concentration camp.
Yep.
Israel's latest genocidal rampage against the Palestinians has resulted in somewhere between 55,000 and 78,000 deaths, according to The Lancet. Even Israeli intelligence and the
More
UN
than that,
acknowledge
actually.
the figures as accurate.
They're undermining
despite
the
attempts
numbers.
to discredit them. In March 2025 alone, nearly 500,000 Palestinians were displaced. Over 1.9 million remain internally displaced, with 80% of housing damaged or destroyed. Estimates in August of 2024 showed that Israeli forces had destroyed 84.6% of Gaza's water and sanitation infrastructure, leaving over 96% of Gaza's water contaminated, forcing people to drink sewage to survive.
Fucking hell,
The latest
bro.
numbers show that there have been over 669,000 cases of acute watery diarrhea as a result. But the most lethal weapon is economic siege. A 90% reduction in fuel imports cripples hospitals and water pumps, dramatically and intentionally deepening the crisis.
As of today, they've also bombed like fiber optic cables. So a lot of Palestinians don't have access to the internet anymore, which means that the atrocities would go unreported. It's like I said, I don't know how to describe this. Like it's more than the Holocaust. What the fuck?
Israel's military, and frankly its existence, is entirely dependent on the US. But they also rely heavily on precision-guided munitions, which make up 90% of...
There were 370,000 people missing, unaccounted for, and half of those are children. Children. So yeah. Oh, did you know, the Solaris, that you got filtered out by the F Israel? So Twitch is really, of course,
of their arsenal, as well as AI-driven systems like Hafsora. While these systems are promoted as near perfect, improvised rockets still easily get through and have gotten better at doing so. Now let's look at our World War III scenario. It's October 7th, 2025, 2 years since the historic Hamas-led operation, and Israel uses it to declare a complete and total evacuation of Gaza. All 1.9 million Palestinians are to be forced into the
position
Sinai
these
Peninsula,
nuts, Israel,
and those
for
held
real.
in Israeli prisons are to be deported to Jordan. This is done over the objections of Egypt and Jordan, triggering a crisis.
Yeah.
Egypt mobilizes 30,000 troops to Gaza's border, not to harm Palestinians, but to oppose the Israeli army and invade Israel if necessary. Israeli units attacking the Rafah border wall meet stiff Egyptian resistance. Egypt joins Ansar Allah in blockading Israel and blocks all Israeli-linked shipping, including American shipping, which spikes oil prices, hitting $200 a barrel.
Holy
Europe's
fuck.
Transport unions strike over fuel rationing. Jordan deploys forces to the West Bank border. King Abdullah warns of existential consequences, invoking Jordan's 1967 defense pact with Egypt, and they begin coordinating their attacks against Israel. Hezbollah, having rebuilt some capacity, fires thousands of rockets into northern Israel. Then, the US attacks Egypt and Jordan. From here, things escalate rapidly. Under tremendous threat from their populations and fearing the overthrow of their governments, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other Arab states sever ties with the US. NATO loses Turkey as mass protests call for military action against Israel. Others follow. In the wake of these events, Iran attacks US bases across West Asia.
Let's go!
crippling
I'm kidding.
capacity to react
I'm just kidding,
decisively.
feds.
Iranian
I'm not
strikes
really
pound
serious.
Israel, while the Iranian government closes off the Strait of Hormuz to all US-affiliated trade. Already elevated oil prices skyrocket further, sparking a global economic crisis. Israel's flimsy foundations shake,
Eto,
and faced with rapid Israeli immigration, along with a difficult military situation, Israel triggers the Samson option. The world watches in horror as Israeli nukes fly, and World War III begins. In addition to the NATO and CSTO mutual defense articles, AUKUS is now transferring nuclear submarine tech to Australia, and the Quad looks
silly
like it's
mana
moving from
saying
disaster
silly things.
relief
I know,
to
right?
military strategy. The Indo-Pacific region is fast becoming another powder keg.
Yeah, I doubt this would happen considering both Jordan and Egypt are fucking collaborators. Yeah, I mean, this is a hypothetical after all like, the best case, I think this is the best case scenario, you know?
Like in World War I, it appears the alliances meant to deter war are now actively preparing for it.
Yeah.
Over 100,000 Russian troops massed on Ukraine's border before the fighting even started. NATO responded by doubling its military presence in Poland and Romania. Japan, breaking decades of caution, agreed to deploy missiles capable of hitting China.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
fuck.
Australia's defense budget surged by 113% due to unfounded fears regarding China. Behind all this is Washington's weakening grip on global dominance. Instead of retreating, the US is lashing out. Its military budget is approaching $1 trillion.
AUKUS sub-deal mentioned.
Than any other country. Sanctions have
Yeah, we're
also
just
hit
joking
record
with friends here.
targeting allies and enemies alike. Anyone who strays from Washington's dictates. Confronted with
Bro, we got World War III before GTA. It's just a prank, feds.
multipolar world, the US empire is falling back on its hardline, protectionist, violent roots.
Yeah.
The problem with stacking this many entangling obligations is that it only takes a spark to start a global conflagration. Today's conflicts can escalate in minutes, with sanctions crippling economies and missiles crossing continents. Escalatory language from alliances like AUKUS and the Quad doesn't just raise tensions, it normalizes them. In a world this brittle, the real question isn't if something will snap, but when.
Yeah.
No one can predict the future. This video, our predictions, they're probably wrong. However, they're plausible enough to give us a glimpse at what the future could look like and who might be involved. So, regardless of what is to come, we need to build our own systems based on sound, socialist principles that will outlast the chaos. Soon, the global north will see their basic needs threatened in a way not seen since the Great Depression. The daily routine will go from making money to pay bills to desperately searching for food and water just to survive. The safety nets are fraying, which means that survival hinges on what we do to prepare right now.
Yeah. Let's look at let's see what's happening on Breakthrough News. Hold on, let me hydrate again. Breakthrough News. Okay, let's do the Iran War myths and facts.
We need a new system. We need a new society. We need to demand that which may have sounded impossible even a few weeks ago, but is not only realizable,
okay, hold on, I'll be back.
but an imperative.
Now is your time to hydrate and stretch, imps. If you're not walking already yourselves. Also, did I hear something? Oh, let's go! Zoria Red. Thank you so much for the bits. V and I are going to be moving to Japan next year because the company we work for is transferring us, and I noticed there's this minefield with Japanese political opinions where some people are anti-American for based leftist reasons, and some people are anti-American because they wish they won world. Yeah, there are, like, you know, like the far right, we call Uyokudantai, that are very anti-American because they're just Japanese nationalist fascists, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna get some stuff. Get me some electrolytes again. must we do to restore our innocence? Okay, I'm back. Wait, there are leftists like Mana in Japan, not like suck thems. There are, but they're far and few in between. Like we're not. Especially if you go to like pro-Palestine protests, they're there. I've met some anarchists and a bunch of communists there, you know, in solidarity with, you know, Palestinians. Yeah, exactly. There's communists everywhere. Even in places where the ideology is officially prescribed, like inside. Yeah, exactly. Just Zeter is getting timed out again. All right, let's do this. I think I will watch this video and I will call it a day, cause I need to eat my lunch in imps. And also, I'm really close to like getting my 10K steps. So I'm hitting I'm sitting around 8K, 8.5K now. So yeah, I will be completing my steps soon.
Of necessity. On June 12th, Israeli warplanes began bombing targets in Iran. On June 21st, Donald Trump went before the nation in a televised address to announce that the United States had sent B-2 bombers to drop 30,000-pound bombs on Iranian targets. And then Trump unilaterally declared a ceasefire. Welcome to the Socialist Program. I'm your host, Brian Becker. Today, we're talking once again with Professor Mohammad Marandi. Professor Marandi is an expert in American studies. He's a professor at the University of Tehran.
Twitter.
Mohammad, welcome back to the Socialist Program.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you for joining us. Mohammad, we need to talk about what's going on inside Iran. You know, what's missing in the U.S. narrative almost always is an Iranian perspective, and especially someone who's in Iran. There's lots of pundits who are sitting in London or Paris or New York talking about Iran, but they're not there, and you are there. So I want to get your take, your assessment, your analysis of what's happened in these last 2 weeks. But before we do, I saw you on Press TV, one of the English language Iranian TV networks. You were doing an interview, and at that time, and I believe in the same complex where Iranian national TV and radio is located, Israeli bombs basically targeted the studio.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Everyone was, people who knew you were extremely concerned of whether you had actually survived. Other people undoubtedly didn't survive, or other people were certainly injured. What happened?
Well, I was using the Press TV building for the internet because the government had slowed down the internet since the Israeli regime was using it to attack Iranians. And so the only place I could do interviews like this was from the Press TV building itself.
Jesus.
And I was...
The funniest article I've ever read on American Football was this article that revealed that North Korea watchers have a high turnover rate because they have so little investment. Most don't even bother to learn Korean, which is insane when they inform policy towards the DPR. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, bro. Fucking hell.
Preparing for an interview with Piers Morgan when the central building for the Iranian National Radio and Television, which is on the screen, it was bombed. And there were live programs being carried out from there, including a woman, which you may have seen. She was speaking, and then her studio exploded. And there were also two
I saw
other
that
women.
one.
One was a radio presenter. She was also in studio working when the building was attacked with 4 missiles. Jesus. And there was a third woman presenting for a children's program. And all three survived, but others didn't. Some journalists were murdered.
Fuck.
And it's interesting that these 3 journalists, these three presenters, were all women. And no one in the West and in mainstream media, like,
Yeah, only American Beltway wonks can proclaim themselves experts in countries they don't speak the language of. Yeah, the American hubris. I could hear the planes and choppers going above my house when that happened. Jesus fucking Christ.
legacy media, these feminist, well-funded, feminist organizations that are connected to the
Smartest
powerful
yeah.
in the United
Keyboard
States
warrior.
and in the West. None of them said anything. They didn't care.
That's true though. Favorite Israeli pastime is killing doctors and journalists and women and children.
They don't care about
Like
Iran.
they literally assassinate children and cripple children for sport. That's what they do. It's been documented over and over and over and over. They use children as practice targets. It's fucking disgusting. Westoids are so committed to liberal feminism, they'll save Iranian women from oppression by bombing them. Yeah, feminism. So Iranian women could like walk on the streets without a hijab by bombing them. Fuck. Tell them, yeah. I had to, yeah, you were automodded again. Yeah. You were automodded again. Solaris. That's in the automod. That's not my doing. I did not do that. They are cowards. I don't know what to describe them as. They're fucking demons. Liberal feminism is on some eldritch grind set where they view existence itself as oppression. They will free you from it by reducing you to atoms. Yeah. An eldritch grind set is some crazy work. Some jerk allowed that post though. Alas, we'll never know who. Yeah. Uh-oh. I don't know. They say the next bomb will be dropped by a woman. Truly feels like we are living through history. Yeah. I hate this planet, Like, fucking... Nah. No. I don't wanna be here anymore. Please get me. I don't want to be here. I wish the aliens would abduct me and never return me ever. I mean, I'll be sad that I won't be able to share my music with you guys, but I'll be sharing my music to the alien overlords that I'm going to be with. I'm kidding. Oh, God. It's all fucked, We live in a society. Anyway. Let's continue.
Iranian women, obviously. So I was in a separate building that belonged to the Iranian.
What did you type
National Radio
USA
and TV,
4 times?
Press TV. And they evacuated the building when the other building in the central complex was attacked. But I refused to leave because I was about to do the interview with...
Say less. I'm messaging my friends from the neighboring galaxy. Oh, yeah! Xander's an alien. Yeah. Could you tell your friends to just pick me up? I can't do this anymore.
with Piers Morgan. And so the poor God kept pushing and insisting, and then he said, I'm sitting here until you leave. And then I was in the backstage of Piers Morgan's show, and his people saw me yelling at him and telling him to leave, and I told them that, look, I'm in a rush. And they, instead of putting me into the program sooner, they delayed it. It was, I went in my piece, my part in the debate began much later than they had promised. Not that they wanted to hurt me or anything, but they were obviously indifferent to my situation. So while the building was empty when I did the interview, and I left the building afterwards, but again, even though it was still evacuated, I came back in a couple of hours later to do Judge Napolitano's show, because if I couldn't do the interview outside the building. So I insisted, they let me in. I did that interview, went out again. Then an hour or two later, I had an RT interview, so I went into the building. So every time I did interviews during those days, I had to go inside an
Damn.
empty Press TV, the empty Press TV building to do so. So that was basically it, but they never struck the Press TV building. But it is outrageous that they would target journalists and an iconic building, building number one for Iranian national radio and TV, and no one in the West.
I saw that.
Western governments, Western journalists.
I saw that chat. Oh my god, what the fuck? Damn. They're really cracking down, huh? Let's all get abducted, imps. Leave the planet and continue listening to Mana's music, right? Yeah. Hey, yo, Mr. Borpus. Got a cutie commie who's had enough. He says you need to pay for gas around 30 cents for the road. They do be cracking it up. Yeah. Tell Galaxoid and Neblar to destroy the White House and give a MacGuffin to China, North Korea, Vietnam, Laos, and Cuba. Yeah.
Anything. And the fact that all of the presenters at that time happened to be women, those whose studios were in that building, because they have other buildings too. All of them were women, but it had absolutely no impact, no significance to
the military,
to the elites.
Well, this is sadly, tragically, but predictably the pattern where all of the concern for human life and damage is for others, not certainly for the Iranian people. Mohammed, let's just go back to what actually happened. The Israelis began bombing on June 12th. The U.S. joined in on June 21st. Donald Trump, went on national TV and said that B-2 bombers had gone and dropped 30,000-pound bombs on 3 different Iranian civilian nuclear energy sites, and that they had been obliterated by the U.S. bombing. And he was very proud. He was filled with conceit and braggadocio. The American people, Mohammed, are not for this. They weren't for it. We had demonstrations within 12 hours in 30 cities in the United States, within 12 hours after Trump spoke. I mean, we had thousands, perhaps in aggregate, tens of thousands of people overnight. And then Trump ended the war. And I think, from my point of view, if he hadn't ended the war, those demonstrations would have become hundreds of thousands and maybe millions, because like the Iraq War, which was based on lies about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, Iraq's so-called capacity to destroy large places or huge numbers of people, that was a lie. The American people, this is etched into the consciousness of the American people. So immediately, anti-war sentiment started blossoming.
Yeah.
I would say sort of taking off big time. But let's go over why the Israelis carried out an unprovoked attack against Iran, and why the U.S., which is technically at peace with Iran.
Braggadocio. Remember Iraq? I can't say I do. while exactly having an Iraqi on chat. How the fuck do you claim to end the war? Jesus fucking hate. Yeah. I fucking hate spin media. Yeah. It's exhausting.
30,000-pound bombs on Iran. Why did they do it?
Well, the International Atomic Energy Agency, first of all, is an organization like all other international organizations created after the Second World War that's controlled by the West. The Board of Governors is a political entity. It's not a technical entity. And if I'm not mistaken, 17 of the 35 board members are European and North American. And 2 others are South Korea and Japan, which are loyal to the United States, so they have a majority. they voted against Iran and criticizing Iran, and the head of the organization misled people in a statement about Iran. So they tried to make it seem as if Iran was moving towards a nuclear weapon. And then, which was a lie, and there was no evidence for this. And the global South voted against it. And the global majority, China voted against it, Russia voted against it, India didn't vote for it, Brazil didn't vote for it. So the small the global minority, since they have disproportionate power in these organizations, they were able to use that organization to create an environment to justify war. And the head of the organization, he's in the American camp. According to WikiLeaks, the previous head of the organization, Amano, who was Japanese, when he wanted to become the head, he went and told the Americans, I'm with you on all issues. I'm your man. Just, if you get me in, I do what you say. And that's what happened. The same is true for this guy. So they created an environment to justify Israeli aggression. And then we saw immediately Western media, from liberal to conservative, MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, Breitbart, New York Times, all of them suddenly turned and began to demonize Iran, began to spread misinformation to prepare the grounds for murder and slaughter. Very similar to what we saw after October the 7th, when they started lying about beheaded babies and raped women and all those lies. They were all being spread so that the Israelis could commit genocide, so that they could commit a Holocaust. And so they lied about October the 7th and spoke about beheaded babies and lied about that and lied about raped women so that they could justify the genocide in Gaza, the Holocaust in Gaza. And so the Western media is basically a tool for the powerful, the legacy media. And they did the same with Iran. When they wanted to prepare the ground for war, although Trump said, I'm against it, behind the scenes, it turned out the night before he was trying to deceive Iran as Iran was negotiating. So he said, I'm against war. And then the next day we saw when the Israelis attacked, he said, he basically said, I was behind all this. I was with the Israeli regime. He was gloating about it. And then as soon
They're
as
always gloat.
Before the war started,
It's disgusting.
before the unprovoked war started, we saw the Western media do the same with Iran as they did with Gaza.
They gloat about
Demonizing
committing war
Iran,
crimes.
attacking
What the
Iran.
fuck?
All the media, left to right, Breitbart, New York Times, everyone.
Those Iranians and their imaginary WMDs, they make me
This is how it
itch.
began.
Yeah.
So it's based on lies, deception, propaganda, and they thought that they would score a big win against Iran. They attacked civilian targets. They murdered senior officials, especially in the military. Many senior commanders were murdered. And what they would do is they would there was an apartment where they destroyed
Yo, let's
the whole
go,
apartment.
Craig Bino.
Almost 70 people, roughly.
Thank you
70
so much
people
for
were murdered,
resubscribing.
including more than 20 children in that building.
Hello,
because they
friends
wanted
and
to
chairwoman
take out
Mana. Let's
one or two
go.
people. So they massacred everyone. And the other targets were the same. They would blow up buildings just to get one person. They would kill neighbors, they would kill children, grandchildren. That's how the Israelis are. And then Western media would present this as some sort of brilliant intelligence operation and military operation. Why? Because they killed people.
Oh, by the way, Imps, I hit my 10K goals. So... let's go! I stopped at 10.4 K steps. Let's go! Hell yeah! I'm done for the day. Okay, so these are my steps. I'm gonna put away the walking pad. Hold on, I'll be back. Let's go! I hit my goal! for the imps out there who was walking, who were walking or doing some physical exercise or whatever. Now is your time to hydrate. Let's go. Now is the time. Okay, finally I can walk again. I can sit down after like how many hours was that? Three or 4? 3 hours has it been? I think. It's been 3 hours. Okay. Finally I can sit down. Goddamn. That was a good walk. I love it. Okay. Let's continue with the video. And now I'm seated. Why am I getting smaller? What the fuck? I'm shrinking. Bro, why is my mouse doing this? Do not do this to me, mouse. That's not cool. My mouse, I'm literally trying to scroll to enlarge myself, but my mouse said no. That's for... What the fuck? Okay, never mind. What the hell? Okay. Why you no move? Why you no move? Move! Ah! Yeah, okay, and I'm... Oh my goodness. No. Let me move! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, dude. Bro, please. Please. Please, 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 please. Please, please, please. I've... Speaking of which, I've been looking at memes of like Fortnite people dancing as like Sabrina Carter with that song. It's like they don't shoot each other. When they find another Sabrina, they gather together and dance together. Solidarity among the Sabrinas. That's what leftists should do, you know? You should learn solidarity from the Sabrina Fortnites, you know? Cause y'all is just infighting for no good fucking reason, you know? I guess this is as big as I could put myself in. What the fuck? Nah, there's no way. There's no way, dude. Nah! This is fucking scrolling hell. Okay. 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 Nah, fuck this shit, man. Holy shit. Okay, this is as big as I can get. Okay. For now. Let's put my cat back. Okay. All right. Now I'm back. And now we proceed to watching resume the video.
Their homes, as if like their homes are some secret. People living in Tehran, they're...
Can you use page up and down? I'm not sure. Maybe no. In the revolution, everyone will have a pocket mana screaming at them wherever they go. Whenever they do a revisionism. That would be cool. I'm gonna say for a walking pad, just need one that can take the pounding. A 110 kilogram gori will give it. Yeah, I'm sure it will. I've seen a lot of like big like 200 pound like strongmen, or like, what do you call this, power lifters walking on walking pads. So I'm pretty sure it's built for humans, for humans that are, of a heavier weight. Almost 3 hours from now. For real. Let's go. Okay.
People's neighbors, they all know who their neighbors are, especially if the person's been on television or he's famous. So the West tried to glorify the Israeli regime. Why? I think there are two reasons. One is to whitewash the regime for the ongoing, as we speak, it's still ongoing, genocide in Gaza. And two, to justify aggression against Iran. But despite Trump's gloating, within a couple of days, the tide began to turn. Iran brought in new commanders, and they began to regroup, and Iran began to hit the Israeli regime, and the tide began to turn. And ultimately, the reason why Trump attacked Iran was because
Keep it as
the
mini
Israelis
mana.
were losing the war. And then the reason why Trump then later pushed for a ceasefire was because Netanyahu was begging for a ceasefire. Why? Because even after Trump's intervention, the situation
And cause billions of irreversible damage to the Zionist entities. Yeah.
got progressively worse. And as everyone saw, it was the Iranians during the last 2 hours before the ceasefire that were striking the Israeli regime with missiles and drones across the country.
Mohammed, I want to play a clip. It's Donald Trump acknowledging what you just said. This is after the ceasefire, and he's basically saying Israel got hit really, really hard by Iran's ballistic missiles. Let's listen and watch this video clip.
They've got a country, and they've got oil, and they're very smart people, and they can come back. Israel got hit very hard, especially the last couple of days. Israel was hit really hard. Those ballistic missiles, boy, they took out a lot of buildings.
That's Donald Trump saying, what the Iranians have been basically saying, and what you're saying is that the ceasefire was basically a consequence not of some grand peace move by Trump.
Thanks,
as
JD
some people are saying
Pondon.
he
Yeah.
wanted to get the Nobel Peace Prize, but actually
Begging
a
like the
reflection
cowardly
of
bitch he is. Yeah.
the relationship of forces such that the war had turned against Israel, against the U.S.
I don't ever want to hear Israel begging for any. Yeah. Well,
ally.
but
And
here they
again,
are.
There is a constraint here, everyone, because the American government, even though it's completely behind Israel and gives Israel a blank check for everything, including genocide, there is constraint based on American public opinion. No leader, no matter how much they want to act like a king or a queen, can completely ignore public opinion in the modern era. And public opinion in the United States, I can say categorically, was against this. I want to play another clip real fast before I turn it back to you. This is a Trump supporter, Steve Bannon, who has a podcast now, a longtime Trump leader of one wing of the Trump coalition. Anyway, listen to what Bannon said.
Yesterday, they took this ceasefire was as much to save Israel. That's the hidden story here. They bit off way more than they could chew. They were played out as far. Yesterday was a brutal day for the citizens of Israel. Took horrible incomings, particularly in Tel Aviv, and I guess Beersheba also. They needed this because they were running out of defensive ammunition.
In a court of law, Mohammed, that would be called a statement against interest, meaning having Donald Trump and Steve Bannon say what you're saying and what we're saying. It's one thing if it comes from you. It's one thing if it comes from the Answer Coalition. But this is a statement against interest because these are the people who love Israel and support the genocide. They're saying basically what you're saying, that Israel couldn't really withstand the war. Go ahead.
Yes, and there's also the added dimension of the airstrikes that the Americans carried out, and of course before them on the Iranian nuclear sites. In 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 Western media, we're now hearing that Western intelligence agencies believe that these strikes were largely ineffective and that they didn't do severe damage to the program itself. They only destroyed buildings on the ground,
Yeah.
but Iran's key installations are all deep underground.
Mao
So not only
Zedong
did
mentioned.
Iran remove
I hope Iran would sign deals to buy new Chinese jet fighters though. Just read the Iranian defense minister was in Beijing. Oh, okay. China should just step in and aura farm. Now I think ceasefire was the mission. The Mizio's name. Takes massive L. Will well ready to give up Iran. Don and Izzy. Yeah, I mean they just I don't know, they just grandstand and like they never achieved anything militarily. What the fuck? There's no military victory whatsoever. They just killed a shit ton of fucking civilians. I like the China tariffs he did, where he just took the deal that's 100% benefits China more and framed it as some huge victory for the US. So, yeah, he's a fucking idiot, yeah? Art of the deal, baby! Nation building done. They are working on building a post-US new civilization. Art of the New Deal, spreading tariffs and bringing peace through strength, yeah. My internet is collapsing. Oh, a Fed must have heard you, Zetter.
It's everything that was important from those installations on the ground. But it seems, according to
It's your personally assigned Fed agent messing with you.
U.S. intelligence, that in Fordo, those heavy bombings did not really do damage to the underground facilities. So this unjustified war of aggression on civilians and civilian targets and on a civilian nuclear program failed. And it's interesting that the buildings that were targeted, they were all buildings that the inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency would regularly visit. And they've never said in any report, these scientists, these experts, that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, that Iran's nuclear program is anything but peaceful. There's never, so they bombed the same buildings that are regularly inspected. So these are all war crimes.
Yeah, because there were no nuclear weapons
were
there.
bombing installations where we could have had leaked radiation, potentially, that could kill people and ruin the environment and cause a huge catastrophe. The West was supporting the strikes. The International Atomic Energy Agency refused to condemn Israel or the United States for attacking civilian nuclear sites, and the Europeans and the North Americans and their allies were saying that Israel has the right to defend itself. So when the Israeli regime, it slaughters Palestinians and carries out a genocide, it's defending itself.
Yeah.
When it slaughters people in Lebanon, it's defending itself. When it helps ISIS and Al-Qaeda come to power in Syria, it's defending itself. When it's bombing Iran and murdering women and children and striking,
like they accuse pro-Palestinian people of like supporting terrorism when they are literally funding ISIS and Al-Qaeda. They literally created them. What the fuck? Like I said, like we all say over and over and over and over and over again, every accusation is a confession among the Zionists, you know?
civilian targets,
It's fucking exhausting.
it's defending itself.
Day in, day out.
That is the real nature of the elites in the United States and Europe.
The New York Times, speaking to your point, Mohammed, says in its headline, strike set back Iran's nuclear program by only a few months.
For real, it's only a
US
war
report
crime and it's
says
done to wealthy
preliminary
whites.
classified
Exactly.
findings indicate that the attack, meaning the American attack with
Guys, do you think someone should reverse the situation with the African politician where Trump just pulled up the receipts of him saying anti-American stuff in the White House? I don't know. Gotta go. A fun stream. Good night. Bye, Zetsu. Good night. Fuck the United Nations. Yeah, fuck the UN. They don't do shit. Okay. Let's also not forget that the IDF started out as a terrorist org. Oh, that is true. Yeah. For fucking real. Yeah. They are a terrorist group. They literally founded Israel through sheer terrorism. That's how Israel was founded, through terrorism. There's a video I want to show you after this about that. What is it about?
with these 30,000-pound bombs, sealed off the
Started out and continued, and so yeah.
entrances to the two facilities, but did not.
Now they are an overpowered terrorist group. Same vibe as the First World War. Those idiots fight for 10 meters and killed 100 men for that distance. Yeah. Trump makes South African president watch videos promoting baseless claims of white genocide. Oh, the white genocide thing. Yeah, okay. When we still have time. The UN does shit like hiring pros and partying all night when they're not busy sucking imperial stock. Yeah.
Collapse their underground buildings. A preliminary classified U.S. report says the American bombing of the 3 nuclear sites did not obliterate the sites. Now, Donald Trump, Mohammed, is calling this scum media. I mean, amazing language. He's calling the American media, the corporate-owned, capitalist-owned U.S. media, the same media that comes to his White House briefings every day and asks him like simple, inane, non-threatening questions. They're now the scum media because they've released a preliminary finding by U.S. intelligence speaking directly to what you said and confirming directly the point that you're making.
Scum media.
That as big and bad as those bombs are, and they're big and they're bad, they are inherently a war crime because they can't, anything underneath them dies. That doesn't distinguish between civilian and soldier. It's inherently a war crime, the way an atomic bomb would be. But nonetheless, from a military point of view, did not accomplish the mission. And so Donald Trump, this irate...
No military victories, just civilian casualties.
A thin-skinned...
So that's a fucking war crime, bro.
And leader of the United States is calling this scum media because they said, yeah, what the Iranians said is basically accurate. What you said is essentially untrue.
The white genocide thing he did was funny. The awkward silence where it's just the audio recording of him was crazy. Bro leaked the group chat.
Yes, and I think it shows how sophisticated the Iranians are, and that the Iranians are able to build structures, and their engineers are capable of building centers for science and for the economy to develop new technologies and to...
It's shit like this makes me understand the cultural commonality of hell in myths. Yeah, I would want to believe in hell too, so I would have place for these types of people. Like I would want... It would heal my soul to know that after we leave this plane of existence, these motherfuckers will burn for eternity. Like, I want divine punishment. Eternal punishment. And 2% battery. Enjoy the stream, Imps, and good catching up with you, Manana. Okay. All right. Have a good day, Zetter. I hope that you stop losing weight from all your sickness. But yeah, I hope you recover soon. Okay? Take it easy. All right. Bye, Zetter.
Bring new technologies into practice, they're able to construct these sites in a way in which the United States, in an unprovoked act of aggression, is incapable of destroying them. And despite the fact that we had this blitzkrieg by the Israeli regime against the Iranian people, the Iranians were capable of regrouping, even though so many senior commanders were murdered. They were able to swiftly regroup, strike back, and defeat this coalition that the Israeli regime, with the whole of NATO behind it, the whole of the West behind it, Western elites and regimes, and regional regimes were with the Americans. No one helped Iran. Radar bases in Turkey, in Qatar, in the Emirates, in Bahrain, across the board, in US bases, were being used to help the Israelis carry out their offensive attacks and to help the Israeli regime defend itself. The Jordanian regime allowed their airspace to be used by the Israelis and the Americans to down Iranian drones and to prevent Iranian missiles, if they could, from hitting their targets. So you saw this huge coalition of client regimes in the region, NATO regimes.
Yeah, that is right, though. They are NATO
working
regimes.
with the Israeli regime. And then you saw direct U.S. strikes on Iran, but it failed.
I'm glad that he's using regime, because like he actually questioned that. Why is it regime only for like countries that the US don't like, you know? They are also
and
regimes.
Iran won the war, despite the pain, despite the suffering, despite the martyrs. But Iran won the war. And the Israeli
Hello,
regime
honey
was begging
bulla.
for a ceasefire. And the entire world knows what this war is about. It was not about the nuclear program. It was not about human rights. It was not about any such thing. It was about Iran's support for the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
That's why Iran has been punished for 45, 46 years, ever since the revolution. Iran is being attacked because of its support for the Palestinian people, just like Yemen. That is what all the demonization over the last 2 decades has been about. That's what all the sanctions have been about. That's what all the color revolutions and the sanctions and the terrorist attacks against Iranians over the decades have.
Okay, I think Israel has just gone insane. No, they have been insane since the beginning. They've always been insane. The foundation of Israel has always been on insanity.
All been about. It's been about Iran's independence and Iran's support for the Palestinian people against the wishes of the West.
Mohammed, the Shah of Iran took power in a U.S. British intelligence-led coup d'etat in 1953. And when the Shah came to power, the tyrant, the king, the monarch, the dictator, he denationalized the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which had been nationalized by the democratically elected government.
Yeah.
Returned it to its British owners, BP.
Fuck
now
the British,
known
though.
as BP,
What the fuck?
And then eventually Gulf Oil, because the U.S. was part of the coup.
They're the reason why a lot of nations all over the world has a foundation day. Okay? Because they've been colonized by fucking Great Britain.
Got 40% share of Iran's oil. That whole sort of era has, Iranians know all of this history, but the American people don't know it. Obama alluded to it in 2009 when he spoke in Cairo at a conference right after coming into office following the debacle of the George W. Bush administration. But this is an indication that the U.S. is.
You literally have to read the founding fathers of Zionists to realize that it's always been an insane settler colony. Yeah. It's just successful because, Like this is what Hitler would have wanted for the Aryan race, you know? And George Bush never forgave Iran. Netanyahu is modern day Hitler. Yeah. My entire country was fucked over by the British. Yeah.
Has actually been at war against Iran for a long time. So yes, right now Iran is supporting Palestine.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
And so it's receives the wrath of the Israeli regime with the backing of the U.S. But every effort by Iran to be independent as well, to be self-determining, has been met with just complete animus and hostility by the U.S. And the Shah, who was a dictator, not a Democrat, who ruled with an iron fist for 26 years, when he's toppled in 1979 by a people's revolution, that's when the United States breaks relations with Iran. Before that, the U.S. was even facilitating Iran having a nuclear program, something else that Americans don't know. The U.S. brought nuclear power to Iran as long as it was a U.S. puppet dictator on the throne. So there's multiple reasons why Iran is in the crosshairs. And I want you to talk about that, some of that history a little bit. And also when you think about Iranian public opinion, and I'll stop here. I mean, obviously, Iran is not a dictatorship now because there's obviously divided public opinion in Iran. There's very contentious elections. And yet, I would think that the Iranian people, in the main, having known this history under the circumstances of the past 2 weeks, would even overcome sharply divided political opinions in defense of their own sovereignty. I mean, you're there. I'm just speculating. What's your take on that?
Yeah, well, first I should answer the first part, and then I'll get to the second part, which is very, very, very important and a very big miscalculation on behalf of the West. The West miscalculated big time here, and the Israeli regime. The war against Iran and the Iranian people began in the 1950s with a coup. And the British wanted control of Iranian natural resources, oil in particular, and that's why they overthrew the national government. And they installed a dictator who was in power for 2.5 decades. They created the U.S., they created the notorious secret police, the Savak. And
Jesus.
When the Shah was gunning down people on the streets during the revolution, very large numbers of people, with his army, the U.S. president at that time, Jimmy Carter, who was supposedly the most decent of them all,
No,
he called the Shah the next morning.
Let's be clear here. There's no decent United States president. They're all war criminals.
After particularly...
Yes, including Obama. The fuck? It's especially Obama. Holy fuck. He did that. What Libya is today, he did that to Libya. Never forget. Never forget. U.S. interference in the Middle East has been like a chain reaction of controlling their terrorist pawns that have gone rogue by funding some other terrorist pawn ad nauseum. Yeah. Welcome to Canada. The British fought so hard to get the land to leave them behind. We are fucked. Yeah. Over in Australia, they genocided a fuck ton of people. Same with yes. It's a settler colony too. Yeah. I think it would be easier to name ones that didn't get fucked by them. If you have to make it, it's easier to make a list that were not fucked by the British. The British left their bloody trail everywhere. Oh, they did. Actually, more people died under the British rule in India than they fucking Winston Churchill really made that famine worse. A lot of people died from that famine. Here in Canada, I'm pretty sure they would steal Indigenous children and give them to white families to wipe out their culture to up like the mid 20th century. Yeah. Yeah. Should have never left their smelly ass island. Yeah. British have issues with wanting to control the whole fucking world. Never forget Obama's last name. Obama. Obama bin Laden. Fact check, true. Post checked by real Winston Churchill haters. Fuck that genocidal monster. Yeah, for real. Yeah, yes, they're all war criminals, to be fair. But they gave him a Nobel piss. Yeah, I don't know why he got a Nobel. I don't know. For what? For what? Destroying Libya? The fuck? If Obama didn't bomb anyone, what would you rate him out of 10? Still fucking 0 because he became the president of the United States. The Bengal fam. Yeah. And a true Giga Chad move by Gandhi is breaking the salt law. Yeah. Gandhi is also crazy, by the way, though. Obama bin Laden is crazy. Okay, in my opinion, Barack Obama was a better leader than Joe and Orange Man Trump. Comparatively, but they're all war criminals. Nah, I don't think I can choose though. Like they're all horrible in their own unique ways, you know?
Probably the worst day of killing, which was called Black
Like toxic snowflakes.
Friday in Iran. He called the Shah the next day and gave him his full support. So, and then when after the revolution took place, U.S. animosity.
Exactly. He still bombed Libya and continued Afghanistan and maintained efforts to just destabilize the region. And he funded Israel just like yeah. That's just like the role of the United States president is to just uphold the biddings of, you know, the compradors, you know, the multinationals.
You know, became, you know, it just went out of control. They supported Saddam Hussein invading.
Yeah, they're all terrible, but in comparison, Barack is better. I mean, for their not even domestic policies though. He still sucked. Don't forget that Obama paved the way for Trump. Yeah, that's true. If he was so good, why did people go for Trump? Hello had to work this evening. Hello, T-Color. I'm sorry you had to work. That sucks. The last indigenous residential school in Canada closed in 1996, the same year the Nintendo 64 came out. The last gulag closed in 1962, but you can't compare the brutality of residential schools to gulags. Yeah. The Nobel Prize should be renamed War Crimes Prize, given how many insane ghouls have received them. Yeah, I don't know why Kissinger received a fucking Nobel either. Like, what the fuck? That monster is burning in hell right now. So I'm glad. I would love to believe there is a hell, especially for these motherfuckers. I'm so glad Trump didn't win 2020. Who knows how he would have handled COVID. Oh, I think a lot of people would have died. Obama still bailed out the banks after the housing crash. Yeah, he did. In Australia, indigenous people had their bank accounts controlled by cops until like the mid. Yeah, that sucks. And I heard some of the Aboriginal people were not granted Australian citizenship. Like, how the fuck does that even? They're like, they were there for thousands of years, bitch. How do you not grant citizenship to a fucking Aboriginal person? They're literally from there. Your bitch ass criminal ass ancestors were not even there until like a couple of 100 years ago. Obama was dog shit. The snake in the grass, siphoning any radical revolutionary energy away to Leonid austerity and warmongering with happy face. Yeah, exactly. It's all about just the aesthetics, like the liberals fall for, like, oh, representation, etc. Like it's essentially still intersectional imperialism, okay? Like this is what the liberals uphold. Like we should, have more women in the military. Fucking hell, bro. LGBTQ dropping bombs in the fucking Middle East, We're here. We're queer. We're dropping bombs on innocent children in the Middle East. COVID happened under Trump too. Millions died from his inaction. Yeah. Because Boriko Kissinger was so polite that he did a tihi upsi pero? Tehe pero? After orchestrating the deaths of millions of people, obviously, yeah. No, post 2020 was when it really started picking up. Yeah. Girl boss Judge Holden. Yeah, we were driven to reservations or kidnapped. They were driven to reservations or kidnapped or forced to conform to whitey culture, and they still weren't full citizens. They had like full on gym. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Let's wish more girl boss slay those brown women and children. Yeah. I really hate the girl boss era. Fucking stupid. If you drop bombs on make people drop bombs on children, you aren't human. That's why. It's not a hot take. It's like how humans should be, Like, yeah, you've lost your humanity the moment that you draft people to drop bombs on other human beings, especially innocent children. Did y'all know that Trump may be on Epstein's? Yeah, of course. Like no, it goes without saying. Just look at the photos that he has, Libs don't fall for aesthetics. They hide behind them. Yeah. They cynically support asshole politicians from minority communities so that they can't temper their fascistic tendencies. That is true. I agree. The part of corporatism or the party of oligarchy. What a wonderful choice. Yeah, exactly. Everything and everyone sucks. Yeah. It's just it's fascism or fascism light. Like you can't they all suck. Hold on, I'm gonna have a bathroom break, imps. I'll be back. And also, I need some more water. God damn. That walk exhausted me. That walk drained a lot of my electrolytes. Neat. We're almost at the end of the video, by the way. Yeah, Boss Mana knows how to mix some salt and minerals in her truck. Yeah, I need to do that because I do a lot of activities, so I need to I need electrolytes. Know what I'm saying? Did you end up walking on stream? I had missed it. Yeah, I did. I just finished my I stopped at 10.4K. Cause I've also haven't had my lunch yet, so you know I don't want to overdo it. What kind of energy drinks does Japan have? Energy drinks? We have Red Bull. We have Monster. I don't drink energy drinks though. They're caffeine loaded, and I stopped taking caffeine so that I can fix my sleep, you know. Gatorade is not as popular here. Like, no, that's not an energy drink. That's a. I thought you meant energy drink for us here. Like I thought you meant like the ones with caffeine, but that's an electrolyte drink. A sports drink. Gatorade is a sports drink. Damn, bro, Dynamo Mountain. Yeah. Insert gif of Mana snapping a cyborg spine. What? Electrolytes, it's what Mana craves. It's what the plants crave. Yeah. Imps, I kind of want to watch Idiocracy with you guys. Electrolytes, it's what the plants crave. Coffee is the best caffeine drink. Also, caffeine did jack shit to me, so I just drink it because coffee tastes good. Yeah, I love the taste of coffee, to be honest, but unfortunately, I'm caffeine sensitive, so it fucks with my sleep. Honestly, you said only 10K, but here in Burgerlandia, that's the average for a month, maybe. For fucking real. Hold on. Not like every day, because I work. I go to work to commute, and you know I'm mostly on my feet all day at work. I easily hit 10K. I don't even need to walk on my walking pad. I just need to go to work, and then I get my 10K. You know. So that's why my trainer, I recently hired a trainer slash sports dietitian, is just requiring me to like do either I walk for 150 minutes a week, like a dedicated walk, or I just get 8 to 10K steps a day, which like I already exceed like the daily, you know. Oh, yeah, wait. I just looked at my steps right now. It's like 10.5K. So, yesterday I did 8K though. Cuz I was getting my nails done and I had like a lot of shit to do. So I didn't get to work. I didn't get to walk on my walking pad as much. But I did bike outside though, so that would be fun, but also sad, maybe. Metal Gear Rising reference, you snap cyborg spines to absorb their electrolytes. Okay. Fellow coffee addict here. T-Color in the defense of the burger claps. Going out for a walk is car-assisted suicide. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like 5% of public space is safe to walk. I used to walk daily in my old apartment, not I have a home in the highway and I'm trapped in an asphalt. Yeah, that's why a lot of people would get a walking pad, you know. Like right now a lot of people are just getting walking pads so that they can walk indoors and not having to go to the gym. The sacrifices must be made for slaying. Exactly. It took a while. It's like 2 hours, you know. Isn't spreading exercise out better though, like less likelihood of crashing, but I guess it depends on fitness. No, I mean like it is when it comes to steps, yeah, I guess like it's better spread out. But I have different fitness levels, so I can just power through it, you know. Like I'm not a sedentary person, so I can take it. Like if you're sedentary, then yeah, I don't think you can walk for like 1.3 hour or like 1.5 hours, you know, straight. You better like spread it out. It's better to spread it out. And also I also do strength training. So I don't do high intensity interval exercises. Like I don't do cardio, like the high intensity cardio, because it interferes with my muscle building. When I was fit, I could walk for 6 hours. Fuck depression. Oh, you can take it back. I was there. I was literally there for like when I started like doing my VTubing thing, and I had to experience like, you know, financial and emotional abuse from my previous manager. Like I was like so depressed that I couldn't sing for 6 months. Like I literally had to take off time from singing. Like imagine me not liking singing anymore. Can you imagine that, Imps? I almost quit, you know? I almost quit. That was like my breaking point. I didn't enjoy singing anymore. But because of like I have a really good social support. My friends are so good. Like my friends are my lifeline, you know? So because of that, like I was able to psychologically recover and take my, you know, take my agency back, and was able to become more confident in singing again. That's why I released Dissociation. That was my first like song that I released from my like singing hiatus, and that really meant a lot to me because Hayato helped me like write the song, so we co-wrote it together. So, and he composed the music, so, and he just let me be, you know, like he allowed me to like go wild with the song. Okay. Yeah, I haven't picked up my camera for a year now. Yeah, I understand you guys. I really, really do. Like I've been there. I've been there. Like imagine me not singing anymore. You know, that was me for 6 months. Yeah. So right now I couldn't imagine that. Like I couldn't imagine not singing. But before it was like, to me, I gave up. I was just like, no, like if it means that I have to constantly have to deal with abuse, I would rather not sing anymore. You know, I can't do it anymore. It was just too much for me mentally. Cause I became like, he wanted me to be his like human Hatsune Miku. Like I don't have any input on what what my next covers would be. I didn't have any input on like the mixing. I didn't have any input on like the takes. He literally would ask me for all of my entire session basically, and he would pick out the takes that I did on my recording session. He would ask for the entire files, Imps. Like I didn't know that was not normal. You know, I did not realize that was not normal. Cuz I thought he was just doing like, you know, like producer and slash like manager things, but no, that was control. That was fucking control. Wanted to control me. And you know why? Because he also gets a lot of praise, you know, like I was like his narcissistic supply, because it gives him like his, you know, like his validation, like his external validation from people. That's so cool. Now I understand why I love your music partly. Thank you so much, May May. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you all, because like I've been able to stand after that abuse because of you guys. Like I'm still I've always been crowdfunded. I'm still crowdfunded, you know. I'm still like, I didn't have to take sponsorships because of you guys. So I'm really grateful for that. And I'm never gonna get over the fact that, you know, a bunch of people gathered together to like just listen to my music, and well enough to like, you know, keep it going. I don't have to bend over backwards to corporations because I got you guys. And you guys funding my song, funding my every cover is funded by the imps. So yeah, you're super inspiring with all the stuff that you do. I try my best. I'm just really like walking my talk. I try to be, but of course I'm not always perfect, but I try to like, you know, walk the life of my principles. I walk based on my principles, you know. Thank you for continuing. We appreciate your work. Thank you for continuing to support me. Like I wouldn't have been here and if it weren't for y'all. Like it goes both ways, you know? We have a symbiotic relationship. I've been watching the Netflix documentary on the Titan submersible's implosion, and man, Stockton Rush makes it really hard to feel sorry for this dumb rich libertarians ass getting reduced to paste in the yeah. I don't feel sorry either. I don't feel sorry. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I didn't know that I had to deal with that. You know, I was not prepared to deal with it. So it really fucked with me, and it stayed with my body for 2 years. Like my fight or flight, like I've always had like, I don't know, like a random anxiety attacks. But I didn't go to I did go to therapy, so that helped. But you know, it's not the same, you know. I'm not the same person, okay? Like I'm scarred for life. I am healed, but the scars remain, okay? Like it's no amount of therapy could actually really like put you, like you're never gonna be the same, you know. Like there's no way that you're ever gonna be the same after going through such a traumatic experience. I don't think anyone would, any form of traumatic experience, I don't think you would ever be gonna be the same. Good to know he did. Fuck that guy. Double down on exercising to get rid of depression. Now I'm fit and depressed instead of being scrawny and depressed. Yeah, at least you look good, you know? Like, might as well look good, you know? The world is ending anyway. Might as well have, I don't know, washboard abs. I can't offer you money because I'm broke, but I'm always down to show you support. Yeah, and it's not just the money, though. Like, it's, for example, if you have a Spotify account, you know, even if it's free, I mean, you know, like, or even like on YouTube, like even if like you just loop my songs on YouTube, like you give me views, you give me engagement, you're here to engage with my streams. Like any engagement that's coming from everyone in my community is appreciated. Like any at all. Like it's not a matter of monetary support. It's a matter of just like support in any form, you know. That's I take literally anything. I am grateful. I could never ask for more, you know? So that's really just what my thinking is. Like that's just how what I think, you know? I may not be like a really big super, you know, big viral creator, but I don't want to be, you know? Like I just want to grow in my own way, because I'd rather have this kind of incremental growth and knowing how to handle my audience, knowing that I know like in the people in my community are trustworthy, are good individuals. Like that's the most important thing for me. I don't like having a big audience and like a bunch of them are fucking secret Nazis, you know, like, you know what I mean? I don't want that. Like I don't want reactionaries in my community. And that's why I'm not as popular, you know? Like I understand that and I don't care. I understand what the stakes, and I don't really want to trade my principles away from getting a quick buck, you know? Or I don't know. It's just not appealing to me. It makes me feel dirty. It doesn't makes me feel good. You know, when I know that I'm taking money because like I'm getting money because I'm perpetuating really awful views, you know? Like some of the people in like the grifters in the VTubing space right now. I don't feel happy. It doesn't fulfill me. That what makes me happy is making music, first of all, and sharing my music to people who enjoy my music, and then talking about politics. That's literally what I enjoy doing. So like, I don't know. I'm a simple person. I don't have lofty goals. I don't really my goal is to spread awareness and maybe raise class consciousness, and also like be able to like get better at making music. Like I don't know, like what, I don't know what other goals should there be. Like I don't like to be the most popular or getting super mega sponsors or getting acknowledged by I don't give a fuck, bro. I want to enjoy life in my own way. I don't know. That's just my goal. To have like to get fucking shredded, bro. I want to get fucking shredded. Okay, maybe that's a really high goal, but I'm working on it. Okay, I'm doing something about it. Okay, I don't set goals for myself that I know I couldn't achieve. So get back to me after a few months. Bruh, if you ask for therapy in Clapistan, you're likely to get an AI app or get BetterHelp. Well, yeah, BetterHelp is garbage. The only people to feel bad for in that Titan incident is the scholar guy forced to be there by work and the guy's son being forced to come with them. Yeah. The only constant is change. Scars are metal anyway. Nuclear war didn't happen with the Soviet Union. It won't happen now. Nukes are too politically costly to actually use them. I think it's going to be tough. We're all going to be fine. Yeah. That's solely valid, man. Exactly. We should all give each all we can in this crappy world. Exactly. Like that's just how it is, you know? Like we're not like, I don't want us to be like just any other community that's just, I don't know, like grounded on, the foundation is on like shallow bullshit, you know? Like I think that as a community, you know, like the best way for us is class solidarity. Like I want our foundation in Monocord to be class solidarity. I think that's the most solid foundation for any group ever, you know, that gets shit done. Have you ever taken the Myers-Briggs personality test? Yeah, I did. I am an INFJ. So apparently I am an advocate. So I think that's like in me. I am an INFJ, according to Myers-Briggs. Mana just out here wanting to be a cool commie and doing Monhan fashion. Yeah. I just want to like, you know, live my best life the way I want to be. Better a pig than a fash, yeah. Authenticity is key. I don't want lofty goals, says the commie that wants a society that provides for all. Wait, okay. Are those lofty goals? Twitch censoring the word commie. Exactly. What if you did reverse Asmongold, pull up live stream of DPRK propaganda and say, based every 20 minutes? Yeah. Hell yeah, let's work together towards those washboard abs. Exactly. Let's do it. Amps, let's do it. Let's get shredded this summer. Bitch! Let's all look good together. The main reason why they won't use the nuke is because nuclear warfare is the only kind of war where the bourgeoisie is just as likely to die as the proletariat. Yeah, even more likely since they live in the places where that would be directly targeted first. Yeah. So it's the one sort of war they're scared of. So the same category of arbitrary test as Boss Mana. INFJ twins. Oh, you're twins too. Let's go. A lot of y'all's are INFJ, huh? Okay, that makes so much sense. I'm INFP in a similar boat, I guess. Yeah. I'd rather be a communist with 5 average viewers than a fascist with hundreds. Yeah, for real. And the fact that a lot of y'all are showing up when I flipped my schedule is already a win for me, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm just grateful that people are showing up. I don't know what else to say. I'm already partnered, so I don't really care. Like, okay, maybe if I want Twitch to be like a legit source of income, then maybe I need to work more on having a regular schedule. But at the moment, that's not my priority because I need to prioritize my health. My health and fitness is my current priority right now, and it's not that I'm not getting enough like revenue from like YouTube and, you know, from what do you call this? Spotify. But certainly I'm not gonna lie, like the Twitch income is also pretty helpful. And that's why I also like, because of that, exactly because of the Twitch subathon earnings, that was able to donate to our comrades in Gaza, you know, to my friend Simo and his family. Like, he has like 55 people in his family, so like his immediate and extended family. So at least we were able, like as a community, we were able to actually provide like a decent, you know, Eid celebration for them. You know, were able to buy food for Eid celebration. So I'm really happy about that. Mana, I showed up more often because your new schedule aligned with mine. Let's go! Believe me, if I was capable of willingly waking up at 6 a.m. to watch your streams, I would. It's okay. Like, I really appreciate any effort of you guys to just like chill with me and stream, you know? That's good enough for me, and that's how it should be, you know? Anyway, let's continue the last few minutes of this video.
The country, they impose sanctions until they reach maximum pressure or maximum pressure sanctions, which Obama put in place, and we know the history. So the United States, it was initially about oil and about sovereignty, and then it became about sovereignty, independence, and Iran's support for the Palestinian people, but not just the Palestinian people. The Shah gave South.
Oh yeah, they did. They were able to buy food for Eid. I think I showed some pictures in the Mana chat. Like, if you're on Discord, you can just like scroll up on Mana only chat. I think I shared some pictures. Yeah. Oh wait, I can show it on stream. Hold on. Let me show you on stream. There you go. Let me show you a little bit. Yeah, my friend Mana, on the morning of the second day of Eid, we love you so much, my dear. My family and I managed to buy the resources because of you. My love in light of high price, a lot. Yeah, they were able to buy a bunch of provisions for his family. So I'm really happy about that. Also this one. This cheese was a dream for kids, but we won't be able to buy it because of you. We did. And bought it for the kids. It was about $70 for that small like piece of cheese, right? That's fucking $70, bro. What the fuck? The inflation, like I hate the scalpers, and they know that resources are scarce, and they're just hiking up the prices. Like it's so fucking disgusting. Look at that. $70 for this piece of cheese. And I said, let me just show you guys. Oh yeah, alhamdulillah, I bought vegetables and flour from my heart. Thank you very much. Yeah. So yeah, like because this is because of the fundraising that we did in May, you know. I felt heavy in my heart that I didn't want to like fucking use that money for myself, you know. I felt like it was meant to be sent to Gaza, so I did. So to my mods who worked their butts off, namely Pebbles and Samuel, they did the heavy lifting of the moderation, and of course Brain as well. Yeah. At least our hard work paid off because we were able to donate a lot to Gaza. You are the best person in our life. You don't know how much I love you, my sister. You always give us hope and love. Thank you from my heart. I'm proud of you. And I'm only doing what everyone should be doing because they're I was literally doing the bare fucking minimum. Like if you have something, you should give it. You know, like if you have the capacity to give to people who are literally fucking starving, why won't you? Why the fuck won't you? I don't understand that logic. I don't have I don't understand the logic of hoarding. I don't get it. If somebody is dying from hunger, you should give them food. You should give them the resources to be able to buy food. I don't get why people this is so simple. It's so simple. And yet here we are, right? Here we are. Like literally Gazans are at the mercy of people who would give them donations, you know? Like it shouldn't have to be like this. Yeah, and I told them that like it's because of my community. Like I have a wonderful community who supports me and my music, which is why I'm able to afford sending help to your family. Because that's true. Like it's not me. It's the effort of everyone who is in my community. You know? Like it's just not me, you know? It's a community effort. You know? This is why it's a community. Ah! Fucking hell, bro. I saw people post about how 25 kilograms of flour was $700. Yeah. Especially in northern parts, it's even more expensive. Did you see that shit with the U.S. and Israel aid flour being laced? Yeah, I saw that. I shared it on my Twitter. Why do people hoard? Because capitalism, and that's why we communists fight against it and fight for a better world. Exactly. It's just hard sometimes, you know. It's so mentally taxing to have to do this day in day out. Like fuck, man. Like I'm fucking hell. I don't want to. You know, you just want to scream sometimes. Greed is taught in business college, sadly, yeah. But yeah, like I'm just showing you guys that the support that you're giving me is extending towards, you know, Palestinians as well. I try my best to like give donations as much as I could, like really, really, really and truly. And I couldn't have asked for a better community, you know? I'm really proud of you guys. Like everyone in my community who helped me like get to where I am, because like now we can do this shit, you know? We can do things like this. We can help families in Gaza. Even though, you know, it's we're not even supposed to like come on, right? Like we're not even a government, like, but we're doing much better than fucking governments. We're doing so much better than what most governments are doing. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if we actually have the political power to enact change? Imagine. Imagine what better things that we could do. Hoarding is also partially about scarcity. Someone might hoard more if they think they won't have it. Yeah. It's artificial scarcity. No doubt, like most of the people who do the hoarding shit in Gaza are being propped by the IOF. Of course, because it's easier to be a heartless fascist than an empathetic communist. It's true. We stand out in the rain and we take the hard path because it's right. Yeah, it's not easy. It's you know, like a lot of people would see me as a brand risk. But I don't give a shit. As long as I have the imps behind my back, like I don't need corporations to fund anything for me. So, I'm counting on you guys to keep on supporting me. And I'll do my best. I do my best. I'll do my best. I always do my best. I'm taking everything seriously. Do Discord, but you need to pass the vibe check. Yeah. It's almost as if the workers should decide the direction of the state. Exactly, right? I have great ideas. Mana's People's Republic. Yeah, for real. We must imagine, but we must also work towards it. Exactly. It goes both ways. One must dream first and then work towards the dream, you know? If I had political power, I would make Stalin look like a chihuahua for Nah, let's not go there. I've been submitting the vet for months. I resubmitted my vet recently. Maybe have you like what's your username? I mean, obviously when capitalism is that rampant, you would be brand risk for capitalist companies that only want money. Yeah. Charioteer? Okay. Charioteer. Oh, okay. Wait, I've never seen your vetting form before though. I literally just I'm looking at your vetting form now. Oh, through Tile Hopper. Okay, cool. Hold on. I can approve you now. There you go. You're approved. But we must also be cautious and not act spontaneously. Yeah. And adventurism or yeah, exactly. Like our actions must be guided by theory, you know? And our actions would then, you know, course correct theory, you know? Good night, Ems Mana. Leaving the stream up to juice your numbers. Thank you, Craig Bino. I appreciate that. Have a good night. Let's see if you pass the vibe check. Yeah, they passed the vibe check. I lost a friend because we communists weren't attacking the capital right this second. I'm so sorry about your loss, Solaris. I'm off to bed now. Thanks for stream, Boss Mana. Your journey to be physically fit gives me such motivation to also continue to be more fit and shredded. Take care of yourself and others. Bye. Yeah, let's go, Adorn. Thank you so much. I also inspired by every imp that's also in their fitness journey. So like we can hold ourselves accountable to each other. So I'm glad. And also, thank you for subscribing for 11 months now. Let's go, Adorn! Almost a year now. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. And have a good night's sleep, Adorned. See you soon. Same here, I cut ties with my entire childhood because my childhood friends are all little Nazi. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? But yeah, anyway, Imps, I need to eat my lunch. So I would be ending the stream. Oh, no, wait. Wait, oh no, oh no. We haven't finished this one yet. Let's finish this one first.
Was exporting 90% of South Africa's oil was being exported by Iran. Iran would sell apartheid South Africa that oil. As soon as the revolution happened, Iran cut off ties with apartheid South Africa and ended the oil trade. And of course, the same was true with the Israeli regime. And of course, Iran has been supporting Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and any country that has been under U.S. pressure and sanctions. So it is about this, but first and foremost is Iran's support for the Palestinian people, because apartheid and ethno-supremacism in Palestine is something very dear to the elites in the United States and Europe. And we see that through their support of this ongoing Holocaust. For them, it's not just that the Zionists who believe that Palestinians and Arabs are Amalek. It is the entire Western elites. That's why they're supporting this. That's why they support the murder of Iranian women and children too, because we are Amalek too. We're all Amalek. When one set of people are chosen people, allegedly,
allegedly,
everyone else is, of course, not chosen. And
everyone else is cannon fodder for the chosen people, apparently.
This is the important point. The United States
so disgusting.
So have the Europeans. They rely on these so-called Iran experts who are bought and paid for, who are hired at universities and think tanks to say what needs to be said, for the most part. Not all academics who work on Iran are like that. So you have these so-called Iran experts.
IRP.
And who say what the governments in the West and the elites want to hear. And then they're well-funded. They invite these politicians, give them huge honorariums to speak against Iran. And this cycle of wealth just continues and narrative building. And so the West believes, and the elites in the West, so the US believes the propaganda that Iran is weak, Iran is falling apart, the so-called regime is hated.
We'll live to see the statues of him, built of him and of Sinwar, yeah.
By the Iranian people, it's about to implode.
Hopefully.
Just put on more sanctions, put on more pressure, and it's over. The Europeans believe that, the Israeli regime believes that, and so when they attack, they thought that they would have a quick win, and that the Islamic Republic of Iran would collapse. But since they don't understand and they believe their own propaganda, they got it completely wrong. And people rallied. And the country is united today in a way in which I have not seen since Saddam Hussein invaded Iran. Since Saddam Hussein, at the behest of the West and the Soviet Union, invaded Iran. And now we see that people were rallying under the threat of airstrikes across the country during the war, last Friday in particular. And on the first night, and they celebrated immediately after the ceasefire, which isn't really a ceasefire, it's a cessation of hostilities. The Iranians have not agreed to a ceasefire. They said that if the Israelis strike, we will hit them back very hard. But the point is that the West miscalculated big time. The Iranian people today, and this is maybe the most important point of all, the Iranian people today, those young people who didn't see the revolution, who did not experience the war, Saddam Hussein's invasion, many of them young, liberal, who were influenced by the West, the Persian media funded by Western governments had an influence on many of them. They see the West for what it really is now. They see an unprovoked war, the murder of women and children, all being carried out, and they see that the liberal media, the conservative media, all are the same, whether it's Breitbart or the New York Times or CNN and MSNBC and Fox News, they're all supporting aggression. And that has changed the mentality of that segment of society, which thought differently of the West than people like myself. And that shattered that narrative, that shattered that worldview. So the United States has destroyed its small foothold in Iran among some youth in particular by carrying out this act of aggression and by supporting a genocidal regime in killing innocent Iranians without justification and without provocation.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to leave it right there. Mohammed Marandi is our guest. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining the Socialist Program.
Thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure and an honor.
Okay, let's go. All right, that's for our last clip for today. Hold on, let me just like find your name. Sai. Okay, it's just Sai. All right. Let me just. But the funny thing about my server is that we have double vetting now because there's some idiots that are trying to like screenshot shit from my server and share it for like I don't know what. I don't know what else can they find here that's not already out in the open. But I guess, you know. Can I show you that one video now? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Is it long though? It's a little late. Mana still has to get lunch. I mean, I can go for one more, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, we have we have a double vetting policy now because like you need to be able to you need to be actually interacting with the community first before you can get the juicy channels, you know, the one for mental health and the one for politics. You cannot you cannot get into the political channel if you don't pass the vibe check. So yeah. What I was worried was that they screenshot the brain cell decompression. Yeah. Brain cell is also the mental health channel is also double vetted. It is Asmund clip through though because it was the only one. Nah, I don't want an Asmund clip. What the fuck? What is? Let me look at it first. Are you seriously making me go through 3 minutes of Asmongold? No, please. No, I don't want to look at it. I hate it looking at his face. Fuck. No, I'm sorry. I can't watch this. I don't know how much of a weirdo you need to be to stalk brain cell decompression. I know, right? The only Asmund clip I want is him breaking rocks in re-education. Okay, it's fine. Nah, don't put me through this, Yusin. I thought you were a comrade. How could you? Why are you putting me through fucking Guantanamo Bay levels of torture? Okay. Nah, bro. This is this is counter-revolutionary. Showing clips of Asmongold to a comrade should be a war crime. I'm kidding. Yeah, why are you watching Asmongold? Oh my god. Okay, here's the NBC. Okay. Alright, thank fuck. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, see, I have a double audio now. What the fuck? Hey, let me see that one. What is that clip? Okay, well, I'm gonna watch that too. Sam.
Burial sites.
Burial. Okay, what is he doing? JD Pound down. Hold on, let me see this.
Over 1,000 of white farmers.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen. If there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these gentlemen would not be here,
Yeah.
including my Minister of Agriculture.
We have thousands of stories talking about it.
Sure.
And we have documentaries, we have news stories, and I could show you a couple of things. It has to be responded to.
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me, turn the lights down. Burial sites. Over 1,000 of white farmers. Those people were all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President?
What is that even? I'm sending Stalin with his big spoon to get you, Yusin. Your counter-revolutionary actions cannot be forgiven. I've stopped watching him, but occasionally I see clip on Twitter. Please don't watch him ever. Why? Why do you do this to yourself? There's no white gen. Yeah. It's goofy ass. Like, what the hell? Okay, let's watch the Samuel clip instead. Like a palate cleanser. Let's go. Don't mind my Giga Chad face. Okay, let's read this. Friends, our team is alive in Gaza. We thank you for remembering us. Despite daily attacks, we distribute warm meals for many displaced Palestinians every day. Today we made eggplant soup to satisfy hunger. Please share widely and contribute. Okay, let's go. Oh. I'm actually allergic to eggplants, but I've exposed myself, like I've through exposure therapy. I don't itch as much anymore when I eat eggplants.
فاستبشروا إن تنفقوا من خيركم زاد دامت نعمة رويت بنهر عطائكم هل يمر خلالكم الخير آت مهما
Man, it's so dire.
وتزلزلت عاد الثبات.
I'm just so glad that they're doing their best to like provide for everyone, you know. See, despite the lack of resources, they're still community centered. You know how like you can see the collective resilience of the Palestinians, right? Like I wish that they didn't have to be so resilient because, you know, like I don't want them to go through this shit ever again, but like can you see the difference between them and Israelis under distress, under duress, like and under like extreme pressure, right? The Israelis are locking each other's out. Like they don't even let other people get into their bunker. Like what the fuck, bro?
مهما تمنعت الظروف الحب يصنع معجزات الخير آت.
Have you ever tried eating nafe? I want to. I want to try a lot of Palestinian food actually. Look at all those spices. Yeah, they are very dignified people. Like I can't describe it enough. Like they're amazing. They're just super community centered. This is how community should be, you know? Yeah, the bomb shelter princesses, yeah. This made my day. Thanks, Mana. Thank you everyone for like sticking around, you know. Somehow finding good vibes in the midst of being Holocaust. Exactly. Like I cannot like begin to like even describe like the level of resilience these people have. Like it's just I don't know. It should be studied. Let's watch this one. Our team is still alive in Gaza. We continue the duty of providing for our people daily with your support. Today we prepared distributed lentil soup. Oh my god, I want this. Oh, let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready for the lentil soup.
تلقى الخيرات أتت جما إذ تدهش عبدا في رغد.
Like even with the scarce resources that they have, my friend sent me photos of the food that they made and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I want that. I want food. And I told him like I wish I could share a meal with you guys in a free Palestine. And I'm like, I wish that for us. Palestinians are such a proud people, but even after this, the wounds will take hundreds of years to heal, if it would ever heal. Yeah. Palestine will be free one day. I believe that. I will try finding the official news source instead of pulling up the roach. Yes, please, for the betterment of our mental health. My God, we don't need to watch Asmongold. Holy fuck. There's ever no reason why we have to watch any of his bullshit. Fucking slop. We should all learn from the Palestinians. Their steadfastness is inspiring. Yeah, exactly. Our duty. These absolute giga chads call it their duty. Exactly. They're also cooking, yeah. I want the lentil soup now. Fuck. Oh my god, dude. Like I should follow this mutual aid group. Okay, followed. I think guys, you should donate to this group. They are legit. It's a Palestinian-led grassroots mutual aid initiative providing on the ground support in Gaza since 2018. Yeah, that's pretty based. I love that. Man, I just feel sorry for the Palestinians, you know, like none of these should have been like a thing ever. Like shouldn't have happened in the first place, but here we are. So, we can only hope for, you know, their liberation. Hopefully in the next few years. If not soon. If they have a Blue Sky account, I'll follow. I doubt they have like a. I'm not sure. Maybe you can look for them. I how does one even heal from this amount of just barbarity inflicted upon you? It's hard to wrap your head around it. Yeah. Well, the Native Americans they took it. They took the brunt of it. You know, they're the first group of people that. Indigenous people, really though. Like when the brutal colonization happened, they're the first ones to receive the brutality that is imperialism, you know? I feel like I've done my good deed of the day. Yeah. Me too. Like I try my best. And hopefully like I will always probably always give a portion of my earnings to donations, because I think it's only right, you know. Because I don't want to be a hoarder, you know. It's superhuman to remain so kind and human when faced with such inhumane cruelty. Yeah, they're like I don't know, like they are just built different. Palestinians are just built different. Personally, if there's another people I admire besides Palestinians, it's the Yemenis. Yeah, they are also based. And the Lebanese too. They're all victims of Israel, so you know. It's all the fault of capitalism. This is why we fight. And even before then, the Irish. Oh yes, the Irish, yeah. But some Irish people forget, you know, the struggle of their people. But the ones who are born and raised in Ireland, a lot of them are in solidarity of Palestine. So they have never forgotten their people's history. But anyway, imps, this would be it for me because I am hungry and I need to eat, and I shouldn't be fasting because you know I need to like get my calories in, so to build muscle. 오네가의 muscle 매자 못했다. 오네가의 muscle 매자 못했다. I eat like 120 grams of protein a day. Take care, Mana. Just help me stay grounded as the world whips my back. It's okay. I hope that you will also get out of your situation, Solaris. I'm glad that you're here in our stream, and you hung out with us. Onega muscle cover. Yes. Thank you so much, Imps. Yes, I will be enjoying my lunch. I will be eating 50 grams of protein in one sitting. Okay, let's go. Hey, okay, all right, Imps, that's it for me. I will see you soon. Later, motherfucker!